always a hope. Rise and fight.
Good morning, everybody. What is up? It's been a very long time since I've been on any one of these casts. My name is DocHoliday, and of course, joining me today, we have Machine. What is going on, Machine? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, dude? Just another wonderful day in paradise here for BSL, man. BSL16, Group D, me, DocHoliday. Dude, I'm pumped for today.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've done anything StarCraft related, so I'm very excited to finally be back. But we've got some pretty great games lined up today. Very glad to see that it wasn't all green little men with like swords on their arm icons today. We actually have a Zerg player, because I was looking at some of the other groups and I was like, are you really? It's just all
It's been a lot of Protoss. But fortunately, man, for you and me, fellow Zergs, fellow like NA Zergs, man, we get not just any Zerg, dude. We get the Ziki. The Ziki, man. I can
like
tell you.
T5000, like the Zerg Terminator.
He is. He's the Zerg I emulate. I'm pretty sure if you asked any of the other Zergs in the VSL playing, he's got to be the Zerg they're all trying to live up to too, man. You know what, Doc? I'm not gonna let you sit here and wait too long before I give you my predictions. Guess what my prediction for today's group is gonna be?
Oh, geez, I wonder. I think Sziky might be making it out as the winner there.
You can't see it, but that is my Z key. My Z key on my keyboard.
Oh my god. This is a very committed joke.
He's such a killer, dude. I bust out all the stops here. The production value is insane. You know, that wasn't a real Z key. We actually used a hologram of a keyboard. And yeah, that's what I was holding up there. So,
dude, you should have painted it with like a bunch of blue paint, so it looks like he's coming out of his group just like covered with Protoss blood all over.
Just that, the blue goon goo.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude. I mean, it's got to be my prediction here for match number 1. Ziki's gonna be going up against Blade. Blade, a fellow NA Protoss veteran of the scene. Really someone who's kind of like a little bit more underground, right? You haven't seen him compete in too many of the BSLs, but as someone who's in the NA scene, like, I can tell you Blade is not somebody to be messed with. He has extremely, extremely strong PvZ, which you're gonna need, man, if you're going up against the Ziki. Ziki's a monster, dude.
That's the question, though. Does PvZ exist that is strong enough to go up against the Ziki? I don't know, man. I'm a little worried. I mean, he's going to have to hope that Ziki's a vampire, because otherwise, I don't know how Blade's going to stand up to him.
I mean, Ziki being just about the only foreign Zerg that players the likes of Boneth and DeWalt, and Oya would even, fear going into a tournament like this. I mean, he is absolutely capable of taking first place across this entire season of BSL, and I can't really think of too many other Zergs you'd say that for. Zhao Shuai, Dugu, like maybe some of the Chinese Zergs, but really Ziki is the big foreign hope here, and someone I've been cheering for and will continue to cheer for all throughout this tournament.
Hey, look at this guy. He looks terrifying. He's gonna bop you with his left, and then if he can't finish you off with the one shot to your jaw, he's got the gun in his hand right up against his chest to take you out. In the meantime, Blade over here looking like he makes the fucking best turkey ever that you've had at Thanksgiving. This guy, I don't know if he can stand up to Ziki. Ziki looks like he comes out of like an alley and takes your money and your girl. Okay, so I'm a little scared, but you know, if you tell me that Blade's got good, you know, PvZ, that's pretty high praise for Machine. So we're gonna just have to get into it in a second here and see how it goes.
Yeah, man. With that, I think we are ready to jump into it here. Game number 1 going to be on Butter. You know, Butter, a great map, in particular for this matchup. I think if Blade can somehow hold it to late game, he's got a good shot here. But yeah, anyways, looks like our players are ready to go. Let's jump into match number 1 here. It's Ziki going up against Blade on Butter.
Alrighty, guys. Well, in top right-hand corner, spawning as the blue Protoss, we have Blade.
And spawning at the bottom right of Butter as the red Zerg, we have StarCraft Ziki.
The red Zerg is always so intimidating looking too, man. This thing is such an angry looking hatchery.
It is, man. It's like already covered in blood. It's like, screw it, we're ready to go.
It's like looks like my, you know, like this hatchery kind of looks like my butthole after like a nice, like big Mexican meal at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Okay, a little TMI for our viewers here. We're trying to gain viewers here, Doc, not scare them away. Oh man. Overpool. Yeah. Okay.
You laugh. I know we're looking for sponsors, okay, but maybe we could get onto OnlyFans. So you know what I mean?
Or a Chipotle sponsorship. That would do it.
Yeah. Oh, or both. You know, I feel like we
Chipotle?
could definitely sell like a Zero calendar. You know what I mean? He's hunky.
Oh,
he's fresh, right?
Zero and a '80s mullet.
Yeah,
bikini?
exactly, exactly.
Yeah, for sure, man.
You know, my girlfriend has a '80s mullet bikini.
I do know that, actually. Yeah.
That's terrible.
The mullet kini. The mullet kini.
It's not something that you guys want your girlfriend to have. I'm telling you.
We got a forge opener out of Blade here. Pretty standard stuff for this map. Could have threatened like a, you know, cannon rush or something like that, which is pretty common on this map. You know, for the matchup if they go hatch first, but Ziki just playing pretty safe and standard here with the early overpool opener. It's kind of a middle of the road build, like, you know, one build to answer all things. So kind of like the situation from both players here so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, I will be contacting the FBI though, because I think placing a pylon at someone else's natural expansion is an illegal move. So we're looking to get somebody to move in on Blade, as this is clearly a violation of international law.
Yeah, clearly a violation. It's confirmed. You heard it here first. Blade is a dirty, dirty pylon blocker.
Dude, actually illegal. It's so annoying.
It is, man. As a Zerg player, you just want to... It's so nice when you can just place that hatchery down, get your larva from it right away, start mining. When you have to take your third first, it's always a little awkward. But I don't know. Ziki, obviously being an expert, man, he's not going to let this slow him down at all.
Could you imagine? It just ruins the game. He's like, what? He's building at my natural expansion? What is he doing? And this is the game just spirals out of control. No, I think
I've
not.
seen it happen firsthand.
Have you really?
Are you kidding me? Yeah. Are you,
you
kidding me? Back in the day when you used to get locked in your base on Tau Cross and it's just game over. Like,
yeah, when they can literally put one pylon, you can't leave. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Oh man, yeah, that tilted me for sure.
This is insane. Look at this ling control. He's got 2 lings and he's smacking the hell out of this probe.
This is interesting. Second gateway being placed by Blade. This is a very tricky move you don't see very often. For Ziki, seeing that gateway timing finishing, you'd almost always assume there's going to be followed up by a cyber core here. So Blade, you know, moving across the map with a single Zealot, it's like, you know, nothing out unusual. But if Ziki doesn't catch this, he could take some pretty significant damage here to this early Zealot play. He is scouting that gas mining time, though, and should know something's up. Like, that gas in the main's a little late. Not seeing any core yet. I mean, Protoss could put the core at the natural, but it's unusual. Wow, great control here from Ziki. Hasn't lost a drone yet. As I say that, I jinx him.
Wow, what did you do?
Oh, man. I was not expecting this first Zealot to get that many kills here.
It's a Zealot, though, bro.
That's true. That's true. It is a Zealot.
They kill everything.
Man,
Every
I gotta
time I
say,
see a...
ooh, Blade doing some good work here.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is a good amount of Zerglings to force as a response just for 2 Zealots coming across the map as well. And getting 2 drones at the third is pretty dang impactful, and that's something that you would expect to see. Zealots now coming through to the third once again, and there's 2 of them this time. Only 2 Lings in place here, and a lot of those drones are already bruised up.
Gets another drone, and the majority of the Zerglings are in the main still. So Blade doing a great job just kind of pulling Ziki's drones around, forcing a lot of lost mining time. This is, I think, been pretty successful so far. We do have the Spire. Oh my gosh, no. Ziki. We do have the Spire building at the natural here. More Zerglings flooding out for Ziki. And I gotta say, I think Ziki's looking a little flustered here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy too, because he's produced a pretty significant number of Lings here. So it seemed more like a problem with his multitasking, which is not something that I'm used to seeing these super crazy god tier level foreigners make. Because this is like a pretty normal situation to be in, but Blade really excellently microing these units behind the mineral line, so they're going to get a lot of efficiency, be really annoying. Ooh. Was this intentional? I thought this was going to be a drill, but it looks like it was just a misclick on the wrong mineral patch.
Yeah,
and there goes another drone.
I mean, on top of all this, Ziki really hasn't been given the space to create any muta. So even though Blade has significantly delayed his tech, I don't even know if he's going a Stargate or something like that. Yeah, it is a Stargate, and you will get the cannon up in time. Man, Blade really making this early hidden second gateway pay for itself.
Yeah, pretty wild. And we do finally have the first couple of muta coming out here, but as you said, the Zealots have really messed up the timing here, so the muta unlikely to get too much done, as the Corsair count is going to have a nice chance to get up in those numbers and get nice and healthy. Of course, Ziki no slouch with the micro can potentially pull off some miracles with some Scourge to keep those mutas more relevant for longer. But, I mean, look, we've got cannons already in the main, cannons everywhere that they need to be, so I don't see this doing too much.
Yeah, for the most part, Blade seems pretty well defended. But I gotta say, Ziki's somehow recovering very quickly. We're seeing 28 workers for Ziki to the 36 of Blade. I mean, he's...
Oh, no.
Ooh, if this goes unscouted, this could be massive damage here. Especially if Ziki tries to go for a Ling muta timing at the natural.
Well, there is... Let's see, what is that? A couple of Zealots and a couple of Goons now at the natural expansion here. And yeah, Sziky is totally getting lined up to go hard on that natural expansion. But here comes the big flood of blue here. Pretty much nothing there. No static defense, no units at all. We're just going to see more and more of these drones going down here. And look at that, the gigantic flood of red coming back down to the third base here.
Yeah, pretty quick reaction time, I got to say, from Ziki. Blade needs to know that these ults are definitely forfeit. Might be able to get the Evo. That would be a nice pickup, but looks like now he's just going to end up trading them for some Zerglings and some lost mining time here. He will at least get some info on the Mutalisk and Scourge count. Sees 4 Scourge, handful of Muta here.
Okay.
So not bad. It's buying Blade time to build up the Corsairs without taking significant damage, so I like this. And I also don't think that Ziki has scouted the second Stargate over the natural. +1 air attack finishing up for Blade as well. And once that kicks in, things are going to get a little dicey here for Ziki.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to start seeing some non-air-based response to these Corsairs before you lose all of the Overlords in the sky. But Blade has been playing this so well. I'm actually really impressed here so far with the way that he's been playing. We have a pretty huge swarm of ground units coming through here as well, and with mutas being like really the only response to the zealots that we have on the field, since so many of the zerglings already died. Little worried that Ziki again is going to be caught unprepared.
Oh man, he can just turn around and shoot that. There
Yeah.
This looks to be some big pressure. I think Ziki feels a little caught out. He's kind of trying to just maybe counter with the mutas here. The Corsairs might be able to just go in and hit some big supply blocks.
So one sunk at the third, one sunk at the natural expansion. The Evo, unfortunately, is a little touched here, though. So the Sim City is not going to be quite as impervious as one would hope. But I mean, honestly, Ziki's doing a great job here. I thought the second Stargate was a cannon for the longest time, so I was just like, oh yeah, this natural's not going to have any problems, but it's actually pretty wide open for muta harass. So this is quite the unexpected turn here. And with that small amount of muta harass, the worker count is completely evened up at this moment. This seems like a bit of an overcommitment, though. All of the muta is going to dive into the natural expansion, get cleaned up.
Yeah, I'm still not sure that this was the best trade here for Blade. Wow, Blade only won on gas in the main as well. Blade's got to build that probe count up. It feels like Ziki really flustered him with that muta control here and has done very significant damage. Zero pointing out there's only 6 probes mining at the natural mineral line, which means Blade's got to get some big purchase for these Corsairs here. He's got to get, end up killing off a bunch of mutas or something. Ah, man. Yeah, Blade not realizing he's only mining with 1 probe on gas in the main as well. That's inevitably going to hurt him. Third base getting scouted out as well from Ziki, or the potential third base location here for Blade. Blade, though, does have +1 ground attack. Has, I believe, Zealot legs, which will prove to be pretty scary the longer this game goes on. And it's only Hydra from Ziki.
Yeah, but I don't get it. Like, so I got this other friend named G5, and he tells me that this is the best unit. So what do you mean only Hydra? This is the best unit in the game, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, Hydras are the best unit in the game. It's not like they're not countered by Storm or Zealots or Archon or just about anything Protoss can make.
Oh. My bad. Sorry, I was under. Dude, sometimes it does feel like you only need Hydra, but then you see Hydra other times and they lose to just Zealots, and you're like, what? This is the thing that all Protoss people complain about? Really, this guy?
I mean, to be fair, I've seen a few ASLs where players like Sulky and Soma can just run you over with nothing but pure Hydra. So
yeah, it's crazy.
It happens. They make it look like a different game for sure.
I don't.
One probe on gas in the main really hurting Blade here. Like, he's got to figure that out.
Yeah, it's just so many Zealots.
Yeah, which is still scary. They are Zealots, but man,
they're
Protoss
good units.
Needs that gas.
If only Sziky could press the L key. But unfortunately,
man,
looks like it's going to be a little while before we have the Lurky boys on the field. There's so many Zealots, though. Oh, my God. Oh, we do have one?
Oh, he's got a few, actually. And no Observer to speak of. That lack of gas really starting to come into play here for Blade.
Oh, my God. Are these Hydras just going to go in the main and then the Zealot army's going to get locked out by the Lurkers?
That's what it looks like. Actually, Zealot army not even going to turn around.
Oh,
mean,
oh, okay.
Oh, it is
going to
turn around. Oh,
this
big
is
hesitation
crazy. There's
here.
no detection here.
Yeah, there's no detection.
And you can just put a lurker right in that wall too, and they can't even walk in.
Oh
my gosh.
Well, I don't know why he's coming back if there's no. Man, Ziki just playing phenomenally here. This is incredible play. The game was so close just seconds ago.
And even before that, it was confusingly lopsided in the favor of Blade. I don't know how these Zergs lose 8 drones at the beginning of the game and somehow still pull out the dub, dude. What does Ziki do? Is he like sacrificing a chicken in the middle of the game to some
Resilience.
like yeah,
To
it's like some
like-
Aztec god?
Like,
He's like, Quetzalcoatl, give me the power to defeat this Protoss. Yeah, exactly. And then he like eats the heart, and he's like, all of a sudden his mind can see like the whole universe, and like he's like, I know how to get out of this situation. Because where did that come
make
from?
lurkers. Yeah, exactly. That's the epiphany he has. Like, Satan's like, make lurkers. Like, oh, okay.
the stupid space music. It's like doo 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 doo. His brain is flying through the universe, and it's just like a lurker. Oh, I understand. Thank you, Quetzalcoatl.
Man, still, that being said, Blade had a very impressive start, as you said, Doc. Like, I was shocked going into this. Obviously, you gotta expect Ziki to, really be the heavy favorite going into this, but Blade was in a very strong point early on, really caught Ziki off guard with that second gateway, had the Corsair count to run over the air, I mean, it looked like things were lining up for a Blade win at the start of that, but and like we said, Ziki just resilient, sacrificing that chicken, and got the dub. So that was really good.
I need to keep some chickens at my place, man. I could use that type of, you know what I mean? Fate defying, like what the hell? And the real question is like, how do you, like, if that is the way that you start the game and it goes that well for you in the early game, how do you do any better than that and set yourself up for a stronger mid game than you already had? Like, it's very confusing how to see a way forward for Blade against this player. It's like insane how strong Ziki is.
He honestly is, but Blade already shown no slouch himself. He can recover from here. I'm sure he's been in this situation thousands of other times. If anything, I think he's got to be pretty happy. He had such a strong showing at the start there. And yeah, we'll see if maybe he can pull it out here. One thing working in his favor is it's going to end up being his map choice for the second game. Butter, in my opinion, being one of the stronger maps for PvZ in the pool. But it looks like Blade choosing to go with Vermeer here. What do you think of that map choice, Doc?
I think it looks pretty cool. Don't ask me. You're setting me up for failure. I don't know anything about StarCraft.
Oh,
son of a bitch.
Well, no, it's a ladder map. It's just like I think it's pretty strong, like standard map.
Yeah, I mean,
matchups.
It seems totally fine. Like if you look at this map stats, right? Like 51.2. I mean, that's pretty good odds when you're a Protoss. You'll take that almost every day. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly.
Like as long as he doesn't make lurkers.
As long as he doesn't make those lurkers, those pesky lurkers, man.
Yeah, Blade's got to get his chicken sacrifice going though, so the observer can appear to him this game maybe.
Up that chicken game.
Insane how 5 lurkers essentially just completely ended his whole career that last game though. We had no vision by the time the army showed up.
And Ziki recognized it too. That's what also made it like interesting, right? Like a lot of Zergs would get the lurkers and be thinking, including myself, okay, now we can sit here and play defensive. Ziki's like, nah, man, nope. I don't think this guy has an obs. Let's go get him. Let's go kill him. Let's go get him.
He knew the whole time, dude.
I bet he did, honestly.
Well, I mean, his mutas did get a good look at what the tech was, right? So, I mean, he had a good idea that there was no robo for quite a long time. So maybe he just forgot.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, with that, it looks like our players are ready to rock and roll here, get into game number 2. It's Ziki going up against Blade on Vermeer. Let's jump into the match. And spawning, top right, as the blue Protoss from North America, it is Blade.
In the bottom right-hand corner, as the red Zerg, up 1-0 in the series so far, we have Sziky.
So vertical positions, Vermeer here. Unfortunately for Ziki, he's not going to end up getting that first scout off with his Overlord, but should he choose to drone scout, he'll recognize that Blade is top right immediately. Is most common for Protoss to also scout counterclockwise on this map, so Blade likely, going to get a last scout off against Ziki, so I kind of like the positions off the bat for Ziki here a little bit.
Yeah, not too bad. Hopefully he doesn't get his
Leave the
stupid
combat to
hatchery
stop and
blocked
go-to for
again
6
by this
months.
degenerate
Thanks for the
blue
stream.
guy in the top right hand corner. Maybe we'll get to see it go down at a normal time. Who knows?
Yeah. Who knows? You know, can always hope. It's
You know what I
Ziki
noticed?
Opening with a 9 pool.
While we were looking at that picture of Blade, I noticed he's wearing a California shirt. We could like go to maybe we should go to downtown San Francisco, look out for him, and bully him after this. Be like, yeah, this is what you get, you dirty Protoss. You thought you could fight against Ziki? You should have just left.
Just hold up a chicken, like, oh, do you
Yeah.
want this? Oh, you need the chicken? Oh.
You wish.
Yeah.
He's probably a vegan from Silicon Valley. Ugh, can't even look at the chicken.
Probably drives a Tesla. Like, probably happily married. Ugh. Yeah.
Your non-fossil fuel-based vehicle. Oh my god.
Oh, did you have an almond nut latte this morning?
Oh my god.
Drone Scout going off, top right. We'll see the early Forge Cannon. Once again, nothing out of the ordinary here. I gotta say, build so far, I think this is good for Blade. Opening Forge against a 9 pool. Ziki's not really going to be able to utilize these first 6 lings at all. Obviously, as long as Blade walls off correctly. He does have a second probe out. It's going to get a full scout off in the main, looking for that gas timing from Ziki here. And we'll see nothing. So this is making me think this is going to be a pretty quick third hatchery here from Ziki.
Gasless. Someone needs to do that build so I can say that it's a real build again.
You're like 5 hatch.
Yeah, the 5 hatch
no
before
gas.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude.
They just why build anything other than Hydralisk ever? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember doing that back in like 2007. That was a build for a little bit, I feel like, against Protoss. Oh man, Ziki just finding an opening here.
Oh no, and this is Danger Zone. You don't want 2 Ziki links in your bane, dude. This is gonna be so annoying for the longest time.
Yeah, it's the worst. I mean, it's why Ziki opens so often with a 9 pool, I feel like, because he just manages to get the damage done.
Yeah.
It really the only great Zergs in the foreign scene that have this type of like small unit control and like multitasking that can make 2 Zerglings super scary is like Ziki and Eon Zerg. Like, that's about it. Wow, Ziki's scouting the second gateway and the proxy pylon. Hilarious.
Oh my god.
This is not
Get
gonna
out
work
of
for
here,
Ziki.
probe. Yeah,
not
Blade.
even-
You better watch
not
out.
even
I'm bringing
close.
this up when I bully you in real life.
Man, 2 lings, fairly low, but at least this is pulling the attention for Blade, because Blade could be sending that Zealot across the map right now. Instead, it's trying to handle, 2 weak Zerglings, like 10 HP Zerglings inside the main. So Ziki's still finding value in these 2 lings. Yep, forced another pull there. This has got to be so annoying. It's interesting that Blade went with the second gateway again and allowed Ziki to scout it. This time I'm less sure about the build. I don't think it's going to get the same return on investment that it did in game number 1.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, first of all, the chaos is going to be starting way later. The Zealots are just moving in now. We already have, Speedlings on the map ready to deal with this. So not going to be quite as effective here. I'm actually a little curious about the decision to go for something like that when you have the vision with the lings inside the main.
Yeah, I mean, he got 9 pulled, I guess to play devil's advocate, and he might just be flustered and going for some type of pressure. I don't know, but yeah, I think it was a great decision game 1, but game 2 I'm less convinced here. We do have a core up.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Ziki got these lings in at the beginning of the game. He didn't have gas yet, and he got speed. They survived so long that now they're speedlings, and the Zealots can't even catch up. Like, finally they go down, but this man is just a terror. with literally 50 minerals of units.
I think there might be zealots at the natural here. There we go. Yeah, he really is, man. He's using zealots so well here. I mean, it's just he's using his zerglings so well. Honestly, it's really just the multitask. Like, not too many other zergs, like you said, could keep those lings alive in the main until you get speed, get that maximum utility out of it. We're seeing 33 probes to the 26 drones of Ziki, and Ziki's got plenty of zerglings for the early point in this game. Spire just about to complete, and I mean, we already saw Blade's tech is pretty severely delayed. Oh my gosh, even catching out a free zealot there. Ziki's just ravenous, man.
Yeah, man. And dude, the byproduct of all of this too is that Blade is like completely in the dark until the Corsair finally gets over to the other half of the map here. His zealots essentially got the surface level intel from getting into the natural, from getting to the third. So he countered some drones, but he doesn't really know what the timing of this build is right now. And as you said, he's delayed his Corsair so long. Like, these meters are going to be out on the map. Look at this.
It's such a risk. You can't send the Corsair out that late when it's delayed.
Yeah, the meters are just going to come over now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this ends here.
Oh, hey, look at this. Zergling's running past the Zealots. The Zealots weren't even looking.
Okay. Man, just absolute obliteration here from
strangers
Ziki.
in the night. Wow, ridiculous, man.
Yeah,
Could you imagine being one of the Zealots and just seeing those Zerglings just walk past and be like, oh, this is fine. We gotta go down there. I'm sure someone will take care of it.
Yeah. There's no cannon here at the natural. Even gets the Sair and is able to save a Scourge. There's just nothing
even in the
Blade
main?
can do. I'm sure there is, but it doesn't matter. You can't lose your natural PvZ like that and still continue to play. So, man, Ziki with a very solid game number 2 there. I mean, I feel like once the 9 pool got past the wall, Blade was, it was downhill from there, unfortunately.
Yeah, pretty rough game. Unfortunate, but it's really hard to deal with someone who just has mechanics like that. Like, it's like, what do you I mean, he could have been extra safe, I think, and maybe been a little more cautious with maybe pulling 3 drones to the wall or something like that, so the Lings couldn't pop a probe and then pop right on through. But who thinks like, oh yeah, you know what, this is Sziky, so I better bring 3 or 4 probes to my wall so his 9 pool doesn't get through. Like, I don't know. It's so crazy how good he is, and you give him a tiny little advantage like that. Can you imagine how taxing it was for Blade to deal with those 2 stupid Zerglings for that entire early portion of the game while still staying 100% with his build order? I don't know. It's very unfortunate. Incredible,
man. It's so difficult to hold against a player of that caliber, as you said, like Ziki. But that's why he's the best of the best, man. We were calling it out before this began. With that, Blade going to move on to the elimination match to go up against the loser of our next match here. It's going to be Jayen going up against BoA, 2 North American Protoss greats, man. Jayen, definitely another one of those players that I would consider having some of the best mechanics, like, honestly, in North America. This guy knows how to click those keys, man. He is not the type of player to really, even as a Zerg player, like, skip out on early economy. Like, his Overlord timings, his pylon timings are, like, down pat. But in a matchup like PvP, it's funny for some of these guys because you almost have to hesitate and do the opposite, right? Like, overmaking probes PvP is really one of the easiest ways to, like, lose a game. And he's definitely not going up against a slouch here in BoA. BoA, amazingly strong North American Protoss. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty exciting one here.
Yeah. If I had to call this one ahead of time, I don't know why, but I feel like I want to call it for BoA. I have no idea where that intuition comes from, but that would be if I had to make a prediction. I definitely feel like I'd call it for BoA. But I mean, the thing is that, like, both these players are very, very strong, so I don't really know if that would be accurate prediction. I just feel like BoA's got kind of like more of like a killer's intuition when it comes to
PvP
this type of matchup. Yeah,
specifically.
exactly. Well, because this is such a cutthroat matchup. Okay, not TVT. TVT is like a whole nother game, but
It's like
both
PvP and
ZZZ.
ZVZ.
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like the game could just like turn on a head like after one small fight, like almost instantly. It's very volatile.
Yeah, I feel like the guy who wants to kill his opponent the most at all times usually wins in a situation like this, all else being equal. But I mean, Jaeyun is a ridiculously big brain player, you can't count him out either, because he's going to be thinking about like ways that he can die the entire time too. If you've ever listened to him talk, I'm sure you have. He's very cogent with the way that he thinks about all of the matchups. So it's hard to say that he's going to leave anything open for BoA to exploit.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it is going to be very, very close, honestly, between these two. I don't even know how I'd pick a favorite. BoA, as you said, I've seen him in this matchup have some like incredible like big brain plays. When I think of BoA, I think he has amazing Reaver shuttle harass for PvP specifically. And I think it could prove to be a difference maker, but we'll have to see here. With that, we are ready to jump into game number 1 here. It's going to be on Butter, 2-player map. Kind of a cool map for PvP, I gotta say. I think this could go a few different ways, and I guess we'll chat about it once we get going here. But with both our players ready, let's jump into game number 1 here, PvP between BoA and Jaeyun. And spawning top right as the red Protoss, it is BoA.
And of course, in the other spawn position, we have the blue Protoss, Jayen. So I wonder how his newly acquired League of Legends skills are going to play into this. Of course, League of Legends, such a micro-heavy, difficult video game. You know what I mean? This must have increased his APM by like 600. You know what I mean?
So, no joke, I actually did play a League game with him. I think it was honestly like one of his first 3 League games, and he was playing ADC, and he was really fucking good for never having played before. I almost thought it was like trolling at first. Like, he's like, yeah, I've never played before. I'm like, oh yeah, sure, Jayen. Like, no, he's very... I mean, he's just a smart guy, right? He just picks stuff up very, very quickly. But yeah, I was definitely, no joke, actually kind of impressed with his League mechanics right off the bat.
Yeah, I saw him playing with Gypsy on like Nyoken recently. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
I don't know why you'd play with Nyoken when you could play with me, though. I mean, like, Nyoken's trash, you know?
He's clearly trash.
Plays
yeah.
Shen. I'm never gonna get any kills in any game, ever. Let me just be a support top laner, by the way.
He got up to plat without even trying. Like, first time he did, like, ranked, like, no problem. That's so funny. Well, nothing out of the ordinary here in this PvP. Both players starting 1 gate gas in the main. Probe scouts at exactly identical times. This is a weird map for PvP because you actually see a lot of like bullshit like PvP here. There is a lot of proxy like 1 gate possibilities outside the natural or in the natural. I've seen 12 nexuses PvP on Butter just because the map is so awkwardly long from main to main. Like the travel time is actually a lot longer than the majority of most maps, so it's kind of unique. But yeah, both players just want to play a normal game, it looks like.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice day when you see only 1 gateway on both sides. You're like, oh, we're gonna actually get kind of at least a potential for a real game here. But then someone throws down a dart, or did I say almost a Dart Shrine? Templar Archives. And you're like, oh, okay, this is gonna be one of these games. But
yeah, could happen.
Man, it's such a funky matchup, dude. It's like, oh, I made a Templar Archives and you made a Robo, so I guess I lose. Oh!
Yeah, it is. It's odd because unlike most other matchups, like the hesitancy to expand is real. You know, like even ZVZ, you can go like 12 pool or Expo, no and make it work, no problem.
Yeah.
But you're almost like baiting your opponent PvP into taking a Nexus at the natural, and then you just like follow it up with 3-gate, or like follow it up with like 3-gate Robo Reaver,
And they're just like,
do
oh,
that.
I just die now. Thanks.
Yep. It's really, really funny. So yeah, I mean, this is the most defensive PvP I feel like I've casted in a while, at least for the start of this. Both players not even wanting to get like too much scouting information. There is no risk of either player losing like a scouting Dragoon, which I mean almost everybody I feel like does. I say that now BoA stepping out a little bit, at least getting some type of vision outside his natural expansion here, but both players obviously going for that single gateway robo. I wouldn't be surprised to see support bay go down for both players here. Ooh, second gateway for BoA.
This has been a slow one so far, man. But I think it's funny that, yeah, like BoA... I mean, as we said, like BoA was like the first one who was willing to like step out of his base and go out there and be a little riskier with his units. But I don't know if, man,
I think it's just kind of negligible at this point. Like both players just saying, "All right, we're gonna play this like pretty safe, no free units." We do see a Robo support bay for BoA, so that's the first real change in build here for both players. I always like the Robo support bay. Reaver's just so strong in this matchup. I don't know why you wouldn't get it. There we go. The other difference, yeah, is Jayen not with the second gateway, so he's kind of saving up units here, which I think is fine, as long as he's going for a faster natural. I think you can hold 1-gate Robo Reaver versus 2-gate Robo Reaver, no problem.
Yeah, you just gotta hang out at home. You gotta make that pylon in front of your natural so it tanks like 7 Reaver shots, and then you just chill out.
Yep, and it looks like Jayen agreeing. He's got that probe positioned at the natural. Obs is out, making sure there's no like DT shenanigans, scouting that pathway from natural to natural here, and we should be seeing a Nexus go down in a second here.
There they go, the two invisible units that can see each other. Oh, they almost
missed each other.
Missed.
Wow. Okay.
That's rare.
Odd pathway here from Jayen's obs. If he doesn't catch a move out here, this could be a little risky. Looks like BoA going to Expo as well, just slightly behind Jayen's Expo. So I don't even know if I would say it's much of a it's not a big advantage for Jayen, but with the few probe difference and a little bit of a faster natural, I think things are trending to where this is a slight advantage for Jayen.
Yeah, Jayen really playing to his strengths here as like the iconic macro guy here. And yeah,
which I like, right? If you know what you're good at, like just do it. Sometimes.
He's up 5 probes right now before like the natural's really done anything to kick in too. So he's going to, he's going to get like another 2 or 3 ahead. Ooh, nice pick off though. That obs is really, really valuable.
It's very valuable here. And as we see, there's no second obs. So BoA going to be allowed to get a free scout off here. That means he'll know exactly how vulnerable the natural is, exactly how vulnerable the main is to drops, what Jayen's tech is, Nexus timing. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the vision advantage that BoA's going to get out of this. Faster gas at the natural for BoA. Jayen still no nat gas quite yet.
Looks like he's setting up to take his third though, or at least these are pylons to spot for any kind of drops coming in. I would say a third would be pretty insane right now, but
it feels like it would be insane. He did scout out that BoA has a natural. So yeah, but I still think it's insane for this timing. The 8-minute mark, third base PvP, that would be pretty nuts.
All right, yeah, more of these drop scouting pylons coming out here for both players, but Jayen taking quite the circuitous route here all the way to the left, like the very left border of the map, with the intention of avoiding any kind of early scouting here. Not that it really matters, since the shuttle is like just an absurdly fast unit.
Here we go. I think we finally have our first attack of the game. I was just going to say, this is like the most defensive game I've seen in a while. Oh no! Jayen getting caught out of position here. Honestly, it looks like there is a big shuttle counter here going on for Jayen.
Yeah, but the question is can he survive the attack at his natural expansion? Here comes the first unload, and these are going to be pretty big scarabs here.
At the same time, BoA needs to kill this. Oh man, BoA actually letting those Reavers stay out there a little too long. I think if Jayen had jumped on that, he maybe could have killed those Reavers here. Does have the shield battery, which is big.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's counter. Oh, huge scarab going off inside the main here.
Holy!
Wow,
Jayen's
Jayen's
position
doing
is
it.
excellent.
His position is excellent. Look at that shield battery placement. Just knows he's got to keep those Reavers alive as long as possible. BoA not getting connections on those Reavers as well. And actually, Jayen now able to start targeting down these Reavers. Oh man, those are so low. Whoa. Jayen definitely coming out ahead here. It was so close, I wasn't really sure how everything was going to play out, but man, I think Jayen's done it.
Yeah, I mean, he does have over double his opponent's worker count, and the last couple of hits now coming out here before this Reaver goes down. But as long as he doesn't lose this natural expansion to the two very slow, very vulnerable Reavers, I think he's pretty much all set. Like,
Jayen has two goons inside his main that he needs to remember he has. Yeah.
They're just chill. They're on a smoke break, dude. Let them be.
I'm actually a little worried here. Oh, there we go. He does end up finding them. I don't know why he's moving out with his Dragoons here. He's got to know there's Reavers there. Huh.
Yeah.
Well,
that's the scary thing. Even one of them going down would have been a huge difference, but this is a ton of pushing power that can still push into this natural expansion, since there are so much additional Dragoons as well.
Yeah, this is scary, actually. I still think Jayen's not out of it yet.
This is the push of destiny, though. Here comes BoA,
go.
man. Reaver's still a little ways away. Jayen doing a good job, though, focusing those Reavers down right away. Second one is not going to go down, though.
Oh, man. Is BoA
too many goons. This? Oh, big hit,
so
though.
Close.
Come on, probes. Oh my gosh. All those goons are still so healthy. Only the shield's gone.
Yeah, man, this is just going to end up being a little micro war between these guys. We're still seeing BoA rallying units across the map as well. He's even got another Reaver at his own natural. Oh, Reaver does fall, though.
We do have a shuttle, though, on its way. So there will be a reinforcing Reaver here in a second. And now with the shuttle, this is what makes the huge difference. No longer do you have this 2-mile-per-hour unit that's just stuck walking forward slowly at these Dragoons. Now he's going to be so much more protected. But there are no additional reinforcing goons, so it looks like the assault at the natural expansion is going to be over for now. We do have harassing drops now coming in instead. This is actually crazy. You know, BoA has certainly start to, you know, catch back up in the probe count here.
Yeah,
a couple of big scarabs could really change this.
It really could. Honestly, one. You know, we've seen some of those 10-kill scarabs before. That's all it would honestly take. But, you know, the longer this goes at the same time, that 10 probe difference for Jayen, and has been more, you know, will kind of kick him back into this. We're seeing supplies start to even up a little bit, though.
Wow. It is insane to me that BoA was able to bring this back from the brink, though. He was at one point like 15 probes to like 35 or something crazy. So, and you know, with the aggression at the natural expansion, pushing the little advantage that he had with the units that he had at Jayen's natural, was able to not quite fully even it up, but overall bringing it back to a much more winnable position. We do have 2 Reavers here to 1 right now. Second one just popping out of the robotics facility. A couple of good scarabs onto these Dragoons, but no probe damage done so far. Oh my gosh, if that shuttle goes down, though, that would be catastrophic.
He did dive on the shuttle a little bit. Does end up killing off one of the Reavers as well, but now Jayen has his own 2 Reavers. He's going to need to start kind of reinforcing this fight a little bit. Oh no, shuttle getting caught! Reaver maybe getting caught as well, and big connects from both Reavers there for Jayen. Looks like he's stabilized.
Man, those Reavers without the shuttle trying to run away is like very sad sight to see. Yeah, that was big losses for BoA there. I don't know. I don't really feel like he should have been so aggressive once Jayen showed that he has the shuttle. He's got the Reavers at the natural expansion now. Like it seems like a very risky place to be since I don't know if he knows, but he certainly is still significantly far behind economically.
Yeah. 6 probe difference. I actually think BoA caught up pretty well for the most part. Oh, that'll do it though. Big snipe on that shuttle there from BoA. BoA just having the vision, just being at the right position at the right time to strike that opportunity. That was very nicely done from BoA. You know what? I think we just have an even game now. I don't know. I think if Jayen could back up, and probably will back up, he'll end up just taking a 3rd here, knowing his style.
Run, Red Observer, run!
Oh, 2 Dragoons are making their way into the main here. There is a photon cannon, so some damage going to end up going down on that shuttle. But it looks like the shuttle going to end up making it out. Oh, Reaver being dropped again.
What a
nice probe pull.
No! And he loses the shuttle there. BoA going for a super risky. Trying to get the probes while they're still all stacked up from the micro back to the mineral line. Oh no, what a huge price to pay there.
Yeah, that was big damage. Really, obviously not how you want that to go. I'd like to see Jayen just take his 3rd right now. And I think he would be in a really good spot. And I think it's kind of his style. So we'll see if maybe we even get to a 3rd base PvP. That would be something.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd certainly be happy to throw down a 3rd if he feels comfortable. But man, what if we see Arbiters, dude?
I mean, it could happen.
Wouldn't that be Pog, bro? That'd be so Pog.
That'd be so Pog, bro. If we get a 3rd base, we could get it. Could see it.
I started saying that to be really to annoy Trin, and now it's like worked its way into my
vocabulary. Pog.
Yeah, it's really bad. I'll be like on a video call with like my boss, and I'll be like, yes, I figured this bug out. That was pretty Pog. And then I'll be like, oh no. He'll be like, what?
Oh, no. That'd be hilarious.
Luckily he's French, so he doesn't know the slang too well, but man, very close.
What if he starts saying it to all his French friends? Ooh,
Pog, la la, croissant Pog.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, dude, too funny. Looks like both players. Looks like BoA scouted the wrong 3rd, and Jayen is taking the high ground 3rd on top of his main. I kind of like this position because it helps defend the main as well as it's on high ground, so it's kind of tough to break. So I really think Jayen making the right decision here. It's going to be a little tough for BoA to break up that ramp PvP.
You really think Jayen would make a wrong decision? Are you kidding me right now? No, actually, little known fact.
Of it.
I know you've met Jayen, but I don't know if a lot of people in the chat have met him. But it appears that he's got really big hair. But what it is he actually paints a lot of his forehead to look like hair. And it's just, he's got a giant forehead to make room for the extra brain that he has. It's crazy.
Yeah. He has
just has an enormous cranium.
An enormous, big brain player. He's so wise. He's like the Einstein of StarCraft.
He's not only is he a genius, but he's also wise.
Yeah. He's like Gandhi and Einstein mixed into one, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
he's a very stable genius.
Jayen has the upgrade advantage here, working on +2 as well. BoA, as of a minute ago or so, didn't have his +1 even completed. And Jayen's got the faster third gas. Ooh!
Oh, but what is
Big
happening
snipe
here?
going down on
Oh,
a
the
shuttle
Archon
there.
kills the... Are you kidding me?
I
How does
don't know.
Jayen get 2 Reavers during that? That's insane.
I don't know if that was worth, to be honest with you. I mean, he did trade Archons and stuff for that. I'm not convinced that was great for
I'm not
Jayen.
saying it was the best move, but could you, like, whenever I get like a group of Hydras just like sandwiched against a wall by Zealots, I'm not getting like 3 Templar for it.
Yeah, I mean...
Ooh, the
That's why you're
Zealot's
not playing
balling
in
up
the
for this
BSL.
Archon stuff. Oh, excuse me, sir. All right, I'll have you know I'm quite high ranked right now. I believe it's E on the ladder, sir.
Oh, solid, solid. Man, this was quite an incredible timing here from BoA.
Wow.
I think the additional Archon is really kind of what helped him kind of press through here quite a bit. Looks like there is going to be a storm. Good storm timing. Does storm the obs as well. So yeah, well, very well done from Jayen. Looks like he is stabilizing. He does have a supply lead, but it looks to mainly be probes, so this could still be a little scary, actually.
I feel like Archons are like the secret Gosu unit, man. Like, I never think, oh, he's got Archons, that's scary in PvP, but then, like, you see them killing, like, 7 Zealots by themselves, and you're like, oh, man, they really are good. Like, what the heck?
Oh, for sure, man. I mean, PvP especially, they're your tanks. They're your Ultralists. Oh, no, Jayen not mining his third gas this whole time. Shoot. Shuttle might dive bomb in here and actually die. Reaver's dropping in the mineral line. Oh my gosh, this is terrible, terrible damage here from BoA.
Terrible, terrible damage.
Dude, terrible, terrible damage, man.
What a good
dude.
meme.
Dude, this Jayen's economy is just being crippled here. No third gas mining still. I guess the advantage that I thought Jayen had, he didn't quite have. Yeah, he does. He should just kind of transfer some probes over from the main and natural. Looks like he has. But yeah, if he's not mining that third gas, he's not really getting the gas he needs to create the appropriate amount of Archons. BoA will likely just kind of keep pressuring him.
What's been confusing to me, though, is where are the blue Reavers at this point? Is there no... Yeah. I mean, like, don't you just want, like, 2?
He doesn't have the gas. He's prioritizing everything else, I think. Once he starts mining that third gas, he should be able to afford, the additional Reavers. But I think the lack of Reavers is really just showing the effect on his economy more than anything. I think he knows he needs Reavers for sure. Pylon that was scouting top left here for Jayen goes down, and that will allow BoA to take his 4th. Looks like Jayen's 4th slightly ahead. That's kind of been his motto so far.
I mean, despite the ginormous Reaver shots at the third base there, Jayen has been ahead on probes the entire time. He actually never went down. So, this 4th timing is quite appropriate.
Yeah. Counter shuttle timing hitting towards the 4th for Jayen. Looks like they might be able to pick off a cannon here, but will have to make its way out.
How many Scarabs does it take to kill a Nexus, I wonder?
I forget. It's like 200 damage and what, 1500, so it's like 10 or more. More than that. Oh, 100 damage. Never mind. Okay, so about 15
Wow,
shots.
didn't even know how much damage a Scarab does.
Hey, you're the one who asked.
Look, I didn't know either, all right? I'm
I
just
guess that's
trying to...
on par for you, though.
Yeah. See, that's not my brand, sir. I'm the one who sits and just says outrageous bullshit. Okay?
Wait,
you
I
have
thought
to
that
know
was
the
me.
numbers.
I thought that was me. Damn it. Oh, man. Looks like counter storm drop timing going towards the 3rd. I love this positioning here for Jayen.
Here it comes.
Oh, man.
Oh, and he micros them into the storm, so even more get taken out.
And BoA's decided this is go time. Big storms, though, going down on top of those Reavers.
Oh my god.
BoA. I don't think you could have asked for better storms. Some of the Dragoons, though, from Jayen, not quite joining the fight yet.
This is the surprise Dragoon army. They're going to wrap around and back. Oh, no.
Honestly,
you thought there was less. Yeah, but could you imagine if they were shooting this whole time? Oh my god, the storm.
Yeah. It would have been big damage, but still, I mean, it's kind of evening out here a little bit, and there is a DT on the side of Jayen, so that will obviously not get scouted here with no obs. That being said, BoA just doing a great job targeting down the Dragoons still.
Imagine not having an obs.
Yeah,
Dark Templar just doing a number on this army right now. Absolutely nuts, though. Both of these fights, it's like is it just not worth it to micro out of storms, or what happened there? Because like the Reavers got blown up, but then like 15, like it was really like 5 Dragoons got absolutely annihilated by that storm once that group came in.
I mean, there's just so much chaos going on, right? Like, I mean, Jayen was taking his 4th at the same time. This was right before BoA lost all the probes at his 3rd base. It's just been so much to handle. I think they're just, slipping a little bit on the micro front, as you'd expect. But Jayen starting to take a commanding lead here.
I do have to say, it probably was pretty taxing for Protoss APM. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude. Oh my god, these Dark Templars. Wow, look at the developing cannon too.
Yep. Finally will be stopped though, but not before forcing a lot of valuable lost mining time here from BoA. I mean, Jayen already with a 40-ish supply lead. And it's looking a little tough here for BoA as the game continues on.
Man, I wish I was there at the meeting where they came up with the Dark Templar. Like, this one guy's like, "Hey, Steve! Yo, yeah, what up, Jeff? Yeah, I came up with an idea for a unit. Oh, yeah? Well, tell me about it." Yeah, it's like a zealot, but invisible. Oh, nice. So that's pretty cool. So it would do like less damage, and it'd be like invisible. So like, it's like a trade-off. No. You're gonna do way fucking more damage. like a 500 million times more damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like a plan to me. Jesus, the storm drop gets like every last probe. The one probe hiding in the gas survives.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, an incredible storm drop. Exactly, honestly, what BoA needed to do to keep himself in this once again. I mean, look, he's evened up the worker count, actually even taken a lead. And his 4th base is now up, online, operational. He's just got to get the gas up at that soon. And it looks like that's going to prompt a counter here from Jaeyun.
Jeez. Well, BoA finally had a probe lead for, 15, 20 seconds there. Pretty good. But, Jayen losing more probes here. So it looks like the shuttle at the bottom center is still doing damage, while Jayen is a bit distracted here. So BoA actually really starting to climb.
Yeah, BoA really starting to climb. I mean, Jayen has the supply lead. He could just kind of take a 5th even if he wanted to. I don't think BoA can really be out on the map. Ooh, counter storm drop timing coming in here, but BoA is prepared. So he's not going to be able to get that off, it looks like.
Been watching The Lion King, dude.
Be prepared.
Yeah. I always make these really obscure jokes to see if anyone knows what I'm talking about. I'm so glad you got that one.
That's Scar's song. Yeah. That's funny. Just kind of posturing from Jayen. The thing about this map, Butter, is once you have an advantage, you can kind of just sit in the middle, and all of the middle is pretty much high ground. So, even when BoA gets himself back into a good position, I mean, it is very difficult to fight onto this high ground, in order to kind of retake portions of the map. And once the map gets kind of split, obviously the 2 biggest points of controversy are going to be mid-left, mid-right. He's got to build a scout or something. I don't know what you do about this shuttle, but oh my gosh, dude. I would have at this point. That's so annoying. High ground positioning here for Jayen. Good storms going off from both sides, actually.
Yeah, but now the army is fighting uphill. BoA is really going to be losing total efficiency here. These Archons just crushing on through the front lines too. Oh my god, where are all of BoA's units?
Yeah, 3 Archons, 2 Archons remaining now from Jayen, and it doesn't look like there's much left for BoA. If Jayen reinforces this pretty quickly, this could be the end of the game. Yeah, 1 cannon at that 4th. He'll be able to clear this 4th, no problem.
Dang, it's crazy that you said that thing about the high ground and then Jaeyun did it. It's like you know what you're talking about or something, man.
It's almost like I know what I'm talking about. You know what? I'm faking it until I make it, you know?
It's actually crazy how effective that engagement was, though. I thought things were on a much more even keel than they were, but it's like, unfortunately, not there for BoA. Jaeyun just playing a super patient game, just with like small margins economically to just continue to push his advantage. But we had some really crazy harassment the entire game there. But I mean, looks like Jayen's very patient style won out in the end, at least in this game number 1. Do you think that has to do with the map, or I mean, like, because it seems like it played out pretty normal. I don't think that we're gonna see a map here that could really break the back of Jayen when it comes to like changing the way that this game goes.
I mean, the one thing I'll say about Butter is it is oddly, awkwardly far to go from natural to natural. So I think maybe Jayen's more patient style does play out a little better on a map like Butter. And it's funny because we called it before the game started. If Jayen has an edge here, it's going to be economically. It's not going to be, these micro-intensive battles. And so it's kind of cool to see it play out like that, for sure. But obviously, if you're BoA, right, you don't want to play, any of these hyper late game, situations. You're very confident in your 1 base timings, 2 base timings. I think he would rather go for like a smaller map here. So we'll have to see what he chooses. But my assumption would be if I'm BoA right now, I'd go something like Sylphid. And oh nope, he's gonna pick Vermeer. So okay, this is definitely one of the larger maps. Does kind of lend itself to, more favorable late game positioning, I'd say, for PvP. But also just a safe standard map, right? Like it's been the ladder map pool for seasons now, and it's kind of an I don't know, one of the more new age favorite picks from most players. So could be pretty interesting here.
I am curious what message BoA was sending us in this portrait, though. Do you think he was trying to throw up the peace sign, but his Protoss brain just kind of messed it up, or what are we doing here? Three what, BoA?
Maybe he's telling us from the future that he's going to be a 3-time BSL champion. Maybe that's what it is. He's like, see, I told you. He just references his profile picture from then on. I knew it way back then. 3-time BSL champ.
Oh my god, so ridiculous. What a terrible theory. He's like, Doc Martin, theory. Take this picture of me back to the past.
I was thinking of Back to the Future. Yeah. Let's get the flux capacitor. Oh man. All right, well, it looks like we are ready to get into game number 2 here. BoA going up against Jaeyun PvP on Vermeer. Let's jump into it.
Your theory in chat 3 is actually a W, but clearly they don't know that if you do a W, you have to cross the 2 fingers in the middle and then your pointer and pinky are out.
Wait, do you?
Yeah. I'll show you later, okay?
All right. All right, show me your gang signs later.
I will. It really I learned it from Westside Connect, okay?
BoA spawning bottom right as the red Protoss here. And we have Jayen spawning bottom left as the blue Protoss.
Oh. We do have those guys.
Yep, they are here. Jayen currently up 1-0. Pretty solid performance that first game.
Which base do you think smells better? Who do you think is the better homemaker? Who's got the potpourri out? Do you think it's Jayen or BoA?
I mean,
They both like seem like guys
all
who
I
got
can-
it like pretty well together. You know what I mean?
well, I was just gonna say, like, obviously I've watched like Jayen's stream. He's got his own office, right? It's pretty pristine. Like
Yeah.
he's definitely someone who, when he has guests over, he prepares something, for sure. You know,
True. True.
I would like to go to Jayen's house, and whatever's cooking in the crock pot's gonna be pretty good. You know.
General Stan points out too that Jayen also has the wife on his side, so maybe she's like helping out. You know,
Yeah,
it can be a
well,
lot to
she's-
host people as just a single guy.
You're right.
The
You're right.
_artist just
Ah,
created
nice.
10
We have
subclasses.
Nyan Nyan Artist gifting 10 subs in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank
Really
you,
appreciate
Yan
the
Yan.
support. Alrighty,
Well-
well, Jayen getting the scouting advantage here. Nothing too crazy kooky going on yet. We do have single gates for both players once again.
Yeah, just single gateway. Seems like they're pretty confident with the style. It's actually funny, Doc, because I have been chatting with a bunch of Protoss lately, and Vadi
Why
as
would
well.
you
in
do
yesterday's
that?
cast. I know, right? But right now, 2-gate's coming back PvP, but we haven't seen a single 2-gate today from any of these players. It's kind of crazy.
Well, wait until we get to a G5 game, man, and I'll tell you, you'll see them all over the fucking
You'll
place.
see 2-gates everywhere. Yeah.
He never stops.
I've definitely played against a G5 2-gate a time or two, and it is not fun. Can't confirm.
But probe advantage in this matchup, like the scouting advantage, seems to be fairly annoying because the probe is not just a scout in this matchup, right? It's also potentially a harassment unit to get economic damage done. So
Yep, pylon blocks, and for sure.
yeah, and even just the psychological damage of knowing that there's a probe in your base. If like you lose track of it for a minute, you're like, oh god, is there like a proxy going down somewhere? What's happening? So
I've quit
it really
games to
sucks.
some
not-
probes in my base. Just one
Oh,
probe.
I certainly have to. I played against Bonnet on ladder one time and I lost to the probe.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
It was not
So-
fair. I was like in D and I'm like S Bonnet, and I was like, oh, I know that guy. I said hi, and he proceeded to brutalize me. He wasn't even nice about it. You know how he's really nice? He's not nice when you play against him in StarCraft.
I thought everybody knew that.
Yeah,
Oh,
he like turns from like this just very lovable, wonderful person into just
to
a.
an apex predator.
Yeah.
he's a killer whale.
I'm like a little mouse or like,
like
a
a
vole,
seal.
like a little rodent, and he's like a velociraptor, dude.
Yeah,
He's like
cool
opening
Bonnet,
doors with his little claws and shit.
man. Clever girl.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Oh man, too funny. Well, nothing out of the ordinary. Once again, just a pretty quick robo from both these players. Neither of these players really, I think, almost ever open up like DT openers. They'll mix it in occasionally, but they tend to just play pretty safe and standard for the most part. And I agree with it, right? Like they're trying to cut the luck out of PvP, and there's so many potential build order advantages, especially when you're both kind of having to basically play blind early on. Observatory for both. Jayen's observatory is a little faster, it looks like. Oh, he made a second observatory. That's what it was. Holy.
Double
Ooh,
the fun.
Yikes. Double the fun. Oh man, that hurts. I mean,
This is the new meta. I don't know what you're talking about, Machine. You clearly haven't been talking to as many protests as you think. Because honestly, I'm surprised we don't see a third. You know what I mean? We need a third observatory just in case.
just in case, man. I mean, if you're Jayen though, that's so much extra gas and time you've been waiting. You got to take a risk here. So I think he should just put it down in Nexus. Hope BoA just sits. I think this is a great decision, actually, from Jayen. So maybe he can pull his way back into this economically, right? BoA gets a little passive. BoA's shown he's not that passive, though. So, I feel like Jayen's got to be a little wary. But actually, BoA is putting down a Nexus. This is about as good as this could have gone here for Jayen. So it's still going to give him an opportunity to play his way back into this game.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you though that even in the case that you're playing up against someone who's like really very like notorious for being aggressive, like you still have to do something to make up for the little oopsie that you made in your main there. So you know, all in all, Jayen took the shot, worked out well for him.
Yeah. The observer going to leave from BoA before scouting the second observatory, so BoA is none the wiser. Oh,
I don't get it though. Why doesn't Jayen have more obs than BoA? Like, do you?
It just every time you build one, it makes 2 obs at the same time.
Yeah. 3 at a time, 4 at a time.
All right, Blizzard, make it happen. Patch.
Dude, how crazy would it be to get like a balance patch just randomly all of a sudden? They're just like, Zealous, do 1 more damage per hit.
It would
It's
be
like
pretty
the
random.
ZVP is completely
It
destroyed.
at this point. We have shuttle speed for BoA though. First kind of deviation in the game here. I feel like BoA could maybe go for some shuttle harass, right? Like Jayen's natural is facing towards BoA's main, so drop options could be there. But actually Jayen already scouting it out with a pylon at the 6 o'clock location. I like that. BoA with some nice scouting pylons as well. Looks like this is going to be a timing here from BoA. We got 7 Dragoons, couple Zealots, and Reavers in the shuttle here. But Jayen in a pretty good arc and has a shuttle of his own.
Yeah, Jayen's arc in that last game actually, where he held his natural, was kind of wild. The positioning like really won that fight at his natural for him. I can't believe he actually survived.
Yeah, honestly I was feeling the same way, especially with the counter drop going on at the same time, and you know how well he managed the counter drop as well.
Oh my god, he's doing it again!
He is doing it again. He feels very comfortable. That's what this is telling me. That he's like, oh, you know what, BoA? Like, you're not going to be able to break this, so fucking have fun with this Reaver.
Oh my god.
And here we go. Reaver
the main is
off
wide
into the main.
open.
He should just leave his Zealot there. Oh, but Jayen's main wide open as well. Looks like Reaver with some massive connects already.
No,
Jayen does not recognize it. Oh, that's terrible, terrible damage. He's just purely focused on this Reaver at the natural. Does not realize he's only got 23 probes left to his name. Now this needs to do big damage, so... Oh, no!
Dud Scarab. Oh, but here we go.
Maybe.
Going...
Oh, it
okay,
did hit.
Decent. Looks like the shuttle got sniped out, so Jayen eventually responding to this, and despite the panic, there's a 2 probe difference here.
Yeah, it's very even. Kind of.
Why? How does this keep happening? Like,
I mean, these guys are just so close in skill. Honestly, like they're so even during each one of these fights. Their multitasking is so similar that it's really difficult for either player to get an edge. It feels like
it is a little crazy, but BoA is, on the whole, in a little bit of a better position. He's got a couple of extra probes and then about 10 extra army supply here. So things looking pretty good for him so far. Very rarely do players have an opportunity to get ahead of Jayen in the economic battle. Yeah,
very, very true. But Jayen charging back, trying to close that probe count difference. Has a few Reavers of his own, but actually BoA coming back with 2 Reavers and a shuttle. This now looks very daunting for Jayen to try to stop.
Yeah, it's really hard when they're at your natural. You don't really have anywhere else to go, so...
Ooh, Reavers do get picked off, though.
Big Reaver shots.
BoA, and yeah, massive, massive Reaver shots once again. Wow, what a hold from Jayen there. That was incredible.
Yeah, BoA's still taking out 2 Reavers, though, there at the very end, so... Whole thing's equal. We're getting pretty
like-
frisky here. The shuttle is going to be the big difference maker here because it's going to keep this Reaver doing tons of effective damage while not allowing it to get sniped out. I'm actually surprised that we didn't have a step forward earlier to take care of that Reaver. But here we go, Jayen breaking out now, and he's evened up the supply differential.
You know, I
Super
take back
even now.
everything I say about Jayen's micro. That fight right there, he controlled so incredibly. I mean, honestly, it was all the Reaver shuttle. He just kept it at the appropriate distance, was picking the Reaver up at the perfect times and opportunities. But really, what he's done is stabilize the game once again. This is where I think Jayen should just take a third.
Okay. And just to keep things spicy, what was it that you need to walk back about what you had said previously about Jayen's micro?
Oh, I was saying that BoA would have the micro edge, in my opinion.
Oh, I got you.
I think we both said that. But yeah, I don't know. His control there was incredible. It was very, very nice.
All right.
Looks like BoA may be trying to move in here. Maybe he just wants a free pylon at 6 o'clock.
I think he really just likes the aggressive positions. Yeah, it seems like he feels more comfortable being out on the map rather than kind of like waiting in his natural for things to happen to him. And that proactivity really serves you, I think, in especially a mirror matchup where the aggressing player is often just the player who's winning because their natural's like not potentially being broken right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. Wow, big shots going down from those Reavers.
Oh my god! I can't
One
believe
Reaver
that
getting
scare
popped.
snuck through.
Yeah. No shuttle from Jayen this time, and that seems to be the difference maker. Shuttle finally completing, so he should be able to pick this Reaver up.
Man.
And, okay. Man, it's just been a slugfest here at Jayen's natural for like the whole game.
I was thinking that BoA was really getting something done here, but as soon as that shuttle came out, well, to your point, man, Jayen's micro has been just spectacular lately.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all from a choke, as you're saying. It's all from a choke, like in a bad position. So, man, I'm so shocked at this control we're seeing out of Jayen and BoA. Honestly, takes two to tango, but I don't know. Still slight edge, I'd say, for BoA, but slight. It's really just this Reaver and the shuttle.
Yeah, it was actually crazy. Like, yeah, to your point, like it's so hard to micro in your natural when your units are gigantic squares. Like Dragoons are very difficult to micro like out in a field, and the fact that Jayen's been able to do so well with both the Dragoon and the Reaver micro has been very impressive.
Yeah, it really has been. Jayen with only 2 on gas at his natural, I've just realized. So that going to be a difference maker in PvP. I mean, gas is so important.
Oh, it looks like there's a third probe there. Oh no, that's so sad.
Yeah, it's the worst. Well.
Unfortunately, we don't have those like hovering like 0-16 like things like you do have in StarCraft 2 that tells you how many things are mining at that specific location.
Yeah, come on, Blizzard, patch it, please.
Yeah, that's the.
I want to know how many drones I need in my middle line.
That we need to get rid of random. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, that shuttle getting picked off once again from Jayen. Jayen just, I don't know, man. He's really playing these opportunities very well. Reaver gonna walk in though from BoA, and BoA's decided this is his moment. Looks like the Reaver will take some shots from these initial Dragoons. But I think it's just too much Protoss here from BoA.
That high ground Dragoon though, literally immortal. I don't know what's going on. He had like 3 dudes shooting at him for a year, and he's still alive.
Huh. Well, maybe it's the difference maker he needs. He's got a couple Dragoons coming in.
It's starting to even out. What is happening?
I mean, he is losing probes this time though. That is a big difference maker. And yeah, it's kind of affected some of the mining, but still, he's got a Reaver and a shuttle now, so he's got a dream. We'll see how this goes.
I really feel like G needs to give himself a little more space, get out of this choke. I know it's kind of a long, I don't want to say like a long push this is, but there's a huge amount of choke right there, right? But if you can get out of that choke into a little bit more open field, maybe he can leverage his micro even better.
Ooh,
get some more favorable trades.
Reaver going down on both sides. This could just be it. Now we're seeing 4 Dragoons left to like 7 for BoA, so things finally starting to spiral out of control here. Probes being pulled, trying to get a surround on a couple of the Dragoons here from BoA, but not quite able to do so. And GG is called there. Well played from BoA, taking that game number 2 and tying up the series here against Jayen.
Yeah, Jayen looking really impressive in the choke there at his natural expansion, but BoA, essentially the entire game had control of the tempo of all of the engagements. Whenever he wanted to fight, he could fight. If he didn't want to fight, he just left, and that's kind of the advantage that you have when you're at your opponent's natural as opposed to yours. We still saw some really big harassment on both sides. Lots of probes going down to both of the drops. It was actually crazy. I thought Jayen was going to get absolutely demolished because it didn't seem like he noticed that there was a Reaver just going ham on his main mineral line. But at the end of that, we came out with like a 2 probe difference between our 2 players too. So these guys really stacking up super evenly, and both games have really just been determined by these like tiny margins. So whoever moves on to the winners match next is definitely going to have one heck of a game ahead of them.
For sure, man. I couldn't have said it better. Honestly, it's just been a knife fight between these two. They're just destroying each other's economy, doing whatever they can to cause chaos, and it's been a very, very even fight. BoA, proven he's still in this one, coming out on top on that last one. And yeah, with that, it's going to end up being Jaeyun's map pick here, going into this final game between these two. So obviously we've already played on Butter, already played on Vermeer, and it looks like it's going to be Circuit Breakers, the old favorite, coming back here for this PvP. Circuit Breakers, like really one of the most, I guess, iconic maps that I could really think of, in across all of StarCraft, right? And honestly, a map that most folks would agree is fairly balanced for, the majority of matchups and stuff. So this could get pretty exciting here.
I love this map. I can actually beat Protoss players on it.
Yeah, Protoss. That's one thing I gotta say. It's like ZVP. Yeah, it's a tough one to play PvZ a little bit with no third gas, but still won't affect PvP here. But it's a fun map either way. With that, I think we are ready to get into game number 3 here. It is going to be BoA facing off against Jaeyun to see who moves on to the winner final here. So let's jump into the match. And spawning bottom right as the blue Protoss, it is Jayen.
And in bottom left-hand corner, as the red Protoss, we have BoA. And man, this is like a crazy even match so far. I actually am very surprised that like the wins have not been as dramatic. Like we're talking like, I lost because I have 2 less Dragoons at the end of this fight. Like pretty insane.
Right. Yeah, I mean, both players are they're so good about like knowing their rally and not like overextending. You know what I mean? That we're just having these really, really great fights. The shuttle Reaver control has just been next level, honestly. I've been very impressed with both sides, and I mean, those are like key, factors to this matchup in particular. PvP shuttle Reaver control is so important, as we see at the highest levels. So yeah, it's kind of awesome seeing these guys evolve, and these guys play better and better season over season.
All right, will we see a second gateway out of either of these guys at the beginning of the game, or are we just sticking to the same old? Seems like everyone's really happy to play pretty safe, and it's kind of funny that we're kind of handshaking the early game and going right into the mid game in all the games so far.
Between these two, yeah, so passive, right? I'm not used to seeing such a like passive play PvP, right? PvP is a matchup where like proxy 1 gate is standard, 2 gate openers are, I'm telling you, they're so popular now that I've seen it in just about every other PvP series I've been casting for BSL lately, and so it's really a shocker to see 3 games, 3 1 gate gas openers in a row. Like not a cheeky 12 Nexus, not a like 2-gate opener. It's been just this. It's but at the same time, these guys are very good at what they do, so I get it.
It's like they're the gentleman Protoss, They like come downstairs in the morning with an immaculately waxed like handlebar mustache, read the paper for 2 hours before they go out. It's
The
like
Revolutionary War, like Protoss, like, no, we stand here in a line, and you shoot, and then I shoot, and then I'll reload, you reload. No shooting yet. It's my turn.
Hey, it was our turn. Like, we haven't even seen so much as a manner pylon. Like, you know what I mean?
Right? Yeah, not even a manner pilot. You're right. They're so so mannered to each other. Like, oh, I'm just kind of gonna set a little bit. No, I'm gonna go home and mine. Like
I feel like it's part of like some kind of concerted effort to improve like the image of Protoss or something like that. Because if all Protoss players played like this, no one would complain. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. No one would be upset early, right? There'd be no probe harass on SEVs, building buildings.
In the meantime, Tasteless is on ladder 2, getting literally every race, every game, like just monkeying it around on the ladder, ruining the otherwise honorable Protoss' race's image. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's just Tasteless himself has ruined the reputation.
He's
of
literally the
Protoss.
only guy who has ever 2-gated, but he only 2-gates, and he's so prolific.
He's so good at it, man. He is.
He's got like 600 accounts, just like ruining Protoss for everybody.
Man, I can tell you, back in the day, I could not stand playing against Tasteless on Estrella CVP. It broke me. It ruined me, man.
What was the worst though? Was it his gameplay, or was it the fact that he'd like be like, "All right, I'm done," and then he would just like go smoke a cigarette with like a girl under his arm immediately after whooping your ass on the 2-gate?
No, you don't get it. He was playing me with a cigarette and a girl in his arms, and he was still winning. Like, it was like he had to give those up to still win on Estrella PvC.
He's like, all right, bitch, can you hit that P button for me? I need to make a pylon.
Yeah, I guess I need one, like, right now. Oh yeah, can you get me a beer too? Oh man. Very even between these two, man. Support Bay just now finishing up here for Jayen. Support Bay for BoA. This is just, I mean, they're just doing cookie cutter builds against each other. It's just the exact same on both sides. Kind of crazy.
It's really weird. It feels like wrong, right? Like, have you ever seen like a ZVZ like this? No, never. Even if both players do 12 hatch, it gets messy right away. But we're at Reavers and nothing's happened.
This would be like playing ZVZ and like both players mutas hatch. And they just go, nope, we're not going anywhere. Like, I'm content. I'm gonna sit here.
Yeah, if I leave my base, then he could kill my drones.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that. I mean, all jokes aside, this is a very even game, folks. This is kind of crazy. Obs gonna get chased out. Jayen being very conservative with his Obs positioning, so not going to allow himself to lose that early observer. BoA trying to push it away so that Jayen unable to scout this Nexus timing. But obviously Jayen already having a Nexus of his own and has just confirmed that BoA has a Nexus now.
I'm really sad to see Jayen giving up on the double obs build though. I really thought he had something there last game.
Yeah, that double observatory to try to trick him. What if he proxied one of them?
Exactly, dude. Oh my god, that'd be game changing.
What would you do if you're like going to take your third, right? And then you realize there's a proxy observatory blocking your third. Like, that would just be like ultimate game tilt, You're just like, man, is he just fucking with me? Like,
you'd search through your Prima strategy guide, and there's just not a page on the proxy obs. How do you know how to play against that, dude?
Just have a stroke, like right there.
You're just like,
Oh, man.
I can't lift my right arm.
I smell toast. I smell burnt toast. Probe
That's
transfer
terrible.
going down here for BoA. And dead
Oh my
even,
God.
though. I mean, these nexuses are just about timed exactly. Probe count within one. Man, this is crazy. We're just watching a very extremely even game. 2 Reavers done here already from BoA, 2 for Jayen. Yeah, I don't know. If it continues being this even, you know, do you even go for Reaver harass on the mineral line or something like that? I
Well-
mean, maybe you wait for shuttle speed. I guess that's when you could kind of feel safe to really do some dangerous dives.
I feel like the way things are going, though, both of these players have prioritized getting a Reaver into the enemy mate. Yeah, see what I say? They're just like every game. Okay, we're loading them up.
It is going to get scouted. This is shuttle
Oh,
speed
no.
done for BoA here.
Oh, if Bo
Oh.
isn't looking, this is gonna be. Oh, thank God.
He was looking, fortunately. Now BoA's got to be a little concerned here. He knows that he's seen shuttle speed, so he should expect it. I mean, Jayen probably going to have to put down cannons or leave Dragoons at the main and natural to prevent any future run-bys. Vespian gas being taken a little quicker here at the natural from BoA than Jaeyun, but I'd expect to see it pretty soon here from Jaeyun.
I love how it's so
Jayen
funny.
kind of going for an attack here, and I think BoA's Reaver gonna be out of position. The shuttle Reaver. This is wow. This could be very scary here if
This is
BoA
like
doesn't
the
recognize it.
literal opposite situation that we saw last game, where we have the Reaver just popping out in time to deal with Jaeyun now at the natural expansion. But the big difference, of course, is going to be the shuttle here. It's going to be really difficult to keep these Reavers alive, but if BoA is able to make effective use of the Reavers, oh my God!
Gosh.
And now the Reaver coming over to the main for BoA is going to potentially do some huge damage.
Huge
Oh
damage.
my God!
Little bit of a blunder there from Jayen.
What?
No probes going down yet, but I mean he's on top of Jayen's own Reaver. Couple Dragoons coming out of the gateways though, just in time. And yeah, Jayen now taking some probe losses in the main, but honestly negligible amounts. Not much. If he's able to pick off this shuttle, it would be a bigger deal.
Wow, that shuttle just sneaks right through. But man, dude, I feel like you ever see 21 Jump Street?
Yeah, I have actually.
I swear, every time
been a
these
while.
stupid Reavers come into the base here and they shoot a scarab and it doesn't go off, it makes me think about that scene where they're in like a car chase and nothing is exploding. So they're always like, oh, what happened? I really thought that was gonna
Just waiting
explode.
for it.
Yeah, and it just never happens. Like, you saw the enormous clumped up probe line there, and we got a dud. It was just like trying to blow up on the mineral line. That would drive me insane.
I mean, he's still doing a significant amount of damage here. He's got another Dragoon, a couple more probes, forced another pull. This is definitely advantage BoA at the moment
yeah,
here.
certainly.
He's just in a better position. I think Jaeyun had what it took if he went right away and attacked into the natural of BoA with his first timing, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. Now BoA's just going to have a big high ground advantage here. Oh no, Jayen throwing a few units away, unfortunately. He's just kind of scrambling to get into a defensive position now.
Yeah. BoA is kind of wrecking face right now. This is pretty concerning. Whenever you have a 30% supply differential for someone in a mirror matchup, it kind of tells the tale here. We're continuing to see these Reavers get in here and continuing to see them do more damage. BoA's gonna be, in just a couple of minutes here, I'm sure we're just gonna see just a giant parade into Jayen's natural expansion here. But Jayen kind of, oh no, I don't know if this is the move.
I mean,
he's gonna get
gotta do
sandwiched
something.
on all sides. Yeah.
I get it. I understand what he's going for here, but unfortunately BoA just in a really good position already. Jayen
This is
fighting
that
his
Hail
heart out.
Mary.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, he's got some great shots off on those Reavers, trying to focus down the Reavers of BoA, but that is it, unfortunately, for Jayen. GG is called, and BoA taking a very close 2-1 series there.
Yeah, that last game was not really representative of the rest of the series. I'd say little more lopsided looking, but that was all just due to kind of how that initial engagement went at BoA's natural expansion, and unfortunately, just really didn't go for Jayen's way that time, and it kind of told the tale of that last game there. But I mean, what a close series! These guys, if we were looking at like a best of 5, best of 7, I'm sure it would come down to the wire, like to like the last game.
It definitely would. BoA showing off some really impressive speed shuttle Reaver harass. I mean, man, every game I feel like, you know, there even when Jayen had that very nice counter game 1, BoA was still managing to find damage with those shuttle Reaver plays. So, you know, definitely going to be someone that Ziki's going to have to watch out for as far as that harass type style. Yeah.
Yeah, man. But really, let's be real here. Who's really going to be doing the looking out? Because
yeah.
Sziky is just another level of player, man. So I think BoA is going to be a great opponent for him. But if you had to give me a prediction, you're going with Sziky, right?
Yeah, you know, he's my boy. He's definitely the favorite Zerg. I think he's the best Zerg in the BSL, man. I'm telling you, he's incredible. Can't wait to watch him play. But yeah, I'll be cheering for Ziki in this upcoming series. But before we go to that, I think we're gonna cut to a quick break here, folks. Stay tuned. Yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. So see you guys then.
Welcome
What's
back,
up?
guys.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. BSL16 Group D here. Doc, we finally get another Zerg match to cast, so we can
Thank
have at
God.
least a little bit of input, right?
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
know
it's gonna
that the units for the Zerg.
Yeah. We got Ziki going up against BoA, man. It's gonna be pretty incredible. I think Ziki's a clear favorite here. I think you'd agree with me as well. But BoA, our NA Protoss hope man, trying to keep the dream alive too. So BoA's got some, really strong unit control. I love his Reavers. I think he likes to even lean towards using Reavers fairly early on against Zerg occasionally too. So maybe could be something interesting for Ziki to have to, figure out. But obviously Ziki being an expert man, he's played against it all. He's ready for it all. It's gonna be a bloodbath here, man.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing for BoA to contend with is how favored Zerg is, as far as the informational warfare that goes on in the matchup. When we're talking about really high level play, just knowing what your opponent's doing and kind of what their options are, it's much easier for Zerg to keep that information limited for the Protoss, while they still have pretty much all the information they need to deal with what's coming at them. So BoA's has quite the mountain to climb, but he is certainly a very, very strong player. So I'm sure that he's going to give us some good games.
Yeah, he always does, man. But yeah, he's got quite the task at hand here, facing off against Ziki in this game one. Game one going to be on Power Bond, 3-player map. Fairly, I'd say evenish in this matchup. It looks like 56% ZVP for the games that are recorded here, which I'd say is pretty much in line. Every single base, I believe, has a gas on the map, so it makes it kind of interesting for PvZ. But yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how this game one's going to go. It looks like our players are ready to jump into it here. It's Ziki versus BoA on Power Bond game one. Let's see it. And spawning top left as the blue Protoss from North America, it is BoA.
And in the top right-hand corner, spawning as our red Zerg, we have Sziky. So I know you mentioned that there's gas on every base here.
Mm-hmm.
And so the third is going to be probably better than a lot of bases on maps circuit breakers that we had seen and stuff like that. But even still, it is a 3-player map that typically tends to favor Zerg as far as the fact that they can kind of just get out on the map and start consuming all the bases and kind of have a 2/3 of the map to themselves type of thing. Do you think on this map that kind of plays to the win rates for Zerg being a little bit more favored than they would be on a more standard map?
It honestly can. I definitely get what you're saying as far as the 2/3, and let's say Ziki decides to take the other natural as his third base and is able to protect and defend from there. It can be quite difficult for Protoss. Honestly, another thing that makes this a difficult map for PvZ is really the rush distance from the bases to natural. Power Bond, I think, is quite a popular map for 973 as well. 973 always being a threatening build for ZVP in this matchup. At any point, Zerg can really choose that early mid game to just dedicate a bunch of resources to Hydralisk. The bases are very close to the Protoss naturals, so making the Hydra rally time quite short. So that's also another threat. But yes, also splitting the map is great for Zerg here as well. So kind of a tough map for Protoss. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, kind of a tough matchup for Protoss. There's always so many options, it feels like, for Zerg in this matchup. And Protosses are constantly trying to find ways to adapt to whatever disadvantage a map might present. I always feel for Protoss players, man. When you get to the high level, especially, right?
Right.
It just seems it can be very difficult for them to leverage their units. There's very specific times which they're strong, and they seem to lose out both in the early game to like Zergling's strong efficiency, and then in the late game also, Zerg also seems to have the winning army here. A whole bunch of probes being pulled for this. Lings should not be able to get into the main base, so that is a win as far as I'm concerned for BoA here. But he's going to have to, keep a bunch of probes here for now.
Do you remember Ziki loves this early pressure with his 9-pull, even against Jayen, who had the probe block just exactly set up like this. He still found a way in. He charged one of the probes, he tore it down, he got a couple lings into the main, and it ended up being a difference maker early on. So BoA's got to be afraid here. And yep, here he goes. The probes are not ready. Oh, but good walling with the probes that BoA has, and actually none make it into the main yet.
Really nice control.
I mean,
look at that, even pulling that damaged probe back here. Is he going to lose a single one?
Whoa.
Oh my god, BoA.
Hold the fuck
on another level.
DocHoliday. What was that? That was really incredible probe control.
Bro, he just slipped that damaged one right out of the pack and then proceeded to murder the last two lings. Dude, he kited them back so that they were in the cannon range for a super long period of time too. Insane. That was so good.
Are we watching snow? Like, probes are not easy to control. Man, he made that look so simple. That was very well done. I want to say that's advantage BoA at the moment. I can't even believe we're saying this. Ooh, what's that? Is that a Hydra Den?
Oh, he's gonna press the H button.
Yeah,
and this is where that informational issue comes in. If these zealots don't get too far in here and don't get to really see any drone counts or anything like that, or this zealot, there's no way. So BoA's gonna be playing in the dark for a little while, despite his spectacular opening there.
Oh my gosh!
And he could fall victim to this. Looks like we have another zealot on the way here to put more pressure on the natural expansion. But if we have, two more Zerglings coming out, that's not going to do very much.
Yeah, whenever you're going 973 as Zerg, you really don't want to have to make any lings. So I know Ziki's hating this at the moment. But, that's why BoA is pressing with these zealots. He either needs to know or he needs to force less drones. Ooh, he's going for the third, too. I don't even think he scouted this third. So good scouting here from BoA, and it's going to end up paying off, going to force some lost mining time. Ziki just obviously too quick with those drones. But I think the jig is up. Once you see this forward hatchery... Oh, never mind. He's making lings there and not Hydra. So Ziki having to actually delay his 973 timing and might not even be going for it at all, actually. Yeah, I don't think he's going to go for 973 here because I take that back. He's making Hydra.
Making a couple of Hydra. Maybe not going to commit to the the big all-in, but poke down the wall perhaps and do a little damage. Maybe force some cannons out. Yeah.
That's a very fast Ser out of BoA. That's going to be a supply block for Ziki here, and that should really stunt the 973 timing.
Yeah, this is absurdly irritating. Like, right when you need to be making units, all of a sudden you can't. And you're like, oh, well, I guess my 3 Hydras are going to walk across the map now.
I believe BoA has at least a couple cannons at the wall, so he should be pretty relatively safe for now. BoA going to get a full scout off. Sees the drone cow at the natural. Sees the 3 overlords. Yep, 4 cannons on the way, and he's got 3 zealots there as well.
Crazy commitment to Hydra, so of course we haven't seen what he's going to be making since the supply block has been lifted. But he's going to get the +1, which is a pretty big deal. Having to restart that very critical upgrade is going to make those lings a lot more useful for quite a long time.
Yeah, very true.
But yeah, again, another supply block on the horizon here.
Yeah, this is big. Each one of these adds up.
Look at this Corsair micro.
Yeah, we're seeing just the single Hydra, not quite enough to keep these overlords alive. Good Ser control. Ooh, does end up losing one of those. I mean, that's big. You don't want to lose any early Ser. So at least Ziki getting a trade for it. But yeah, once again, still at this 39 supply mark blocked off. Gateways starting to be added. Second forge in the main as well for BoA here. So he's doing all the right things. Ziki looks like he wants to pressure. Ooh, he's going to have to get back. I didn't realize legs was already done. Jesus. Here
Yeah,
comes
and this is
BoA.
a real nice timing too, because now Sziky has been in a position for so long to be like, am I going to make drones or am I going to make units? Because he's been supply blocked, so he's basically gotten like one round of production every time he unsupply blocks himself, and then he gets blocked again. So he doesn't really have like the capacity to kind of get his economy going yet, and he doesn't have any layer tech or anything like that either. So I mean, look at how many zealots are here in the natural expansion. And so he throws down his 2 macro hatcheries, but he's still at 26 drones.
Yeah, drone count is quite low. No tech to speak of, no upgrades. This was pure Hydra pressure, and it wasn't able to get much done here. Meanwhile, BoA, double forge in the main. Legs, as we said, already done. He is imposing his will across the map here. Likely has Storm behind this, and once we start getting Storm, I don't know how Ziki is supposed to hold such a forward third base. I mean, this is only a 7 mineral patch third, yeah, as well.
He's at 25 drones here, so he's going to be stuck on Hydralisk for a very, very long time. Now he's got a large number of Hydralisks, definitely enough to push back this army for now. But when the Storm starts being a bigger factor, you may see his army just disappear in the blink of an eye.
I mean, with no tech, really, BoA doesn't need to attack here. He's happy to just sit behind these cannons, build up his Storm, build up his unit count. So I don't know. I still don't know what Ziki's supposed to do here. Ooh, big Storm. A good amount of damage. Nothing died, but
good dodges too, though.
Yeah, very good dodge from Ziki there.
I actually don't get how players are able to do this. Like, I don't know what kind of ping these players are playing on, but there's got to be like an incredible amount of anticipation involved. Because every time I try to dodge a Storm, my Hydras end up like with like 4 HP.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to do, especially like you said, in latency. Oh no!
Oh, the Templar though, and this is massive.
Yeah, what a big snipe here from Ziki, having the wherewithal to recognize that those Templars are out of position, and suddenly, I mean, that's a big trade here for Ziki. He really got all of those very high value units, and it's pure Zealot here at the third, which Zealot is scary. Don't get me wrong.
It's a lot of Zealot, but I mean,
I almost think
there's a good
gone.
SimCity. Yeah, I think he might have been able to get a hatch or maybe both. But it would have been like pretty nice edge there, because it could go so wrong if your Zealots just get hung up on the building and stuff like that too.
Do you think BoA's just gonna back up and take a third here? Or?
Well, I mean, he doesn't really have Sair production going on right now, right? Like he has like the one Sair that's left or something, or does he even have the one Sair?
I think that one died. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how feasible it's going to be to take a third with Muta on the map.
Muta are at least scouted here by BoA, but yeah, they're quite scary. I'm not seeing great cannon positioning at the natural mineral line nor the main. No Corsair, as you mentioned. So yeah, this is going to be a little difficult here for BoA to defend. We're seeing the Dragoons unfortunately running around, not really able to get any purchase onto these Muta.
And just like that, worker count essentially evened up here.
How does Ziki do it, man? He was in such a bad spot.
Don't ask me, man. I don't get it. That other game too, where he lost like 8 drones at the beginning of the game, somehow he's like, oh, whatever. I'm just gonna pull drones out of my butt. They're just gonna appear out of thin air. Every time that happens to me, I'm like stuck at like 15 drones for the rest of the game. I don't get it.
And not just that, like the confidence to be like, oh, I'll be all right, right?
Yeah,
like,
I'll just make them right now.
The start, like didn't go that great, but I'm fine.
There's 15 zealots there. I don't care. He's not gonna attack. You gonna attack me, Ziki? I don't think so.
Yeah, you're gonna attack me, Ziki? Wait, do you know who you're playing? Like,
yeah, it's like
pure value out of these Muta so far. They even force a Dark Archon. It's not really going to be viable quite yet until this Maelstrom completes. But, you know, it will be finally something to be able to shut down these Muta. God, there's no way BoA's taking a
I
third
hope
now.
we don't see the just the nut Maelstrom where you get all of the Muta and like one Storm takes them out. That's always so heartbreaking.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you just got to be aware of it, you know. And Ziki definitely is going to be ready for it, I think. If Ziki gets Lurker Tech up and Protoss is so pressed so far back in the natural, I don't know. He could end up getting contained here. I'm a little worried for BoA. The more he's just kind of just sitting in the main. Look, Muta Scout.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
He's looking for Corsair, I think. Doesn't see any. Kills the single cannon in the main. BoA has Dragoons at least in position. And almost at that Maelstrom. That would be huge if that happened. We'll see.
Man, whenever you see someone trying to defend Muta with goons, it's just like, oh man, that can't feel good.
Muta now splitting the Dragoons off from the rest of BoA's army. It looks like BoA wants to move out now. Muta's moving back into the main though, and there is a Dark Archon here, remember, but it's leaving.
The Darky Arky.
And this
nice
is
big
going to be
pre-spread
perfect timing.
too. Look at that big spread on the Mutalisk. He's like certainly putting thought into how he's going to come in here so that way he doesn't get blown out by one storm.
Oh man, this is just going to be incredible damage to the mineral line here in the main. I think BoA's just got a counter, and it looks like BoA agrees, pulling all the probes.
He's pulling the trigger. I definitely think this is the right call, but look how many lurkers are about to pop out.
He's got a Maelstrom and a Storm here, so maybe there's a dream.
Oh,
there we go. Big Storm. And all of those Muta going to fall. Wow, massive damage there from BoA. But the problem is now we have Lurker up. Only a single Observer, so if that Ob gets sniped, that's end of the push here for BoA. BoA gonna back off.
His main is still just being poked down. Like, he still is not mining there.
Yeah, we're looking at the worker count. 41 drones for Ziki to the 30 of BoA. Obviously taking pretty big eco damage there early on. Ziki has been allowed the time to spread his lurkers here, so I don't know what he's hoping to accomplish. It's pure Zealot Dragoon.
Yeah, there's no storm. Oh, here they go. I mean, even still, Dragoon's pretty decent at dealing with lurkers if they have the space and the obs, but oh my god, these mutas are gonna get a Templar still. Jeez.
Yeah, there's just nothing to deal with these muta. Lurkers are starting to transition over to this third base positioning. Big storm going down, but man, that is such a tight choke for all of these zealots to try to move through. Observer falls. There's no vision of these lurkers now.
Oh my god, lurkers coming on the back end now. The retreating army is going to take so many pot shots from the lurkers and the hydras. This like Dark Archon could not give any less of a fuck though. He's just just doesn't care at all.
Just kill me. Just end it.
Oh my god. Yeah. I just had the worst. I just had the worst joke jump into my head. I don't want to say it because we're on BSL.
Good.
I'll tell it to you later.
Please, don't say it, please.
I'm holding it back.
Big Maelstrom going down on quite a few lurkers there. Maybe there's an opportunity. And actually, huge storms. Wow. From BoA. Still no obs, though, so he's going to be pushed back here. But yeah, it's pretty clear Ziki is really starting to impose his will on this game. Ooh. I think we got a couple storms. Still waiting on that observer though. It's gonna force it back. Archon going to go down.
Well,
I mean, BoA has
third's
a
almost
Nexus.
up. Yeah.
He's got his third. I mean, the probe
it's gonna
count
be hard to
isn't quite
defend
there.
it though. Like, we're gonna just see bazillions of hydras and lurkers coming across the map right now, and you have got one Templar, and he just committed suicide.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's vulnerability to Muta here too. But yeah, this looks to be it. Zergling, Hydra, Lurker kind of trouncing in here to BoA's natural, at least looking for a contain. Yeah, and they're going to end up picking off BoA's third base here. A lot of probes being isolated. We do have Observer coming in, though, from BoA, so he can finally deal with these lurkers a little bit. But yeah, I mean, he's down supply. That's never really where you want to be, PvZ.
Well, and he's also just got Dragoons. I mean, like, I know intellectually you need to make Dragoons. They help, you know, get through lurker fields and stuff like that. But man, when you see them fighting just hatchery units, God, they suck balls, dude. They're so bad. They lose to literally everything. They're such a terrible unit when it's all you've got and you don't have like a ginormous ball of them. You know, you really have to have support for them.
They're fine for like mid-game timings, but yeah, especially later on, or Hive Tech especially, they're not great the later the game goes. BoA trying to hang on here. Ooh, gets a nice storm off, kills a couple lurkers for it. But yeah, we see just more and more lurkers morphing outside the natural of BoA. For Ziki, he's on a full mining 4 bases.
Look at that gas bank, dude. 1,300 gas. That is so much lurker. So much Defiler coming up here soon, too. Big storm, though. Gets 2 lurkers.
3 lurkers. Man, that brutal. But still, Ziki jumping all over these Templar. I mean, it's reminiscent of the start of this game when he picked off the original 4 Templar move out of BoA. I mean, he's just... Yeah,
that was actually huge.
Yeah, it was huge. It was a big tide turner here. 3 Muta even running into the main here from Ziki.
Desperation coming out of BoA here to try and stop these lurkers from finishing their morph, but unfortunately, just not enough units. The reinforcements from Sziky, the unending swarm now is starting to show up here at the natural expansion. You know, look at all the hatcheries, look at all the bases on the map. Once it gets to this point, it's like there's no stopping. You know, your opponent is constantly going to have more stuff than you, and you even have a Muta just killing your gas probes at your main. This is so annoying. How do you make Templar? You can't.
You can't. I mean, Ziki's just choking him out, you know, in every way. No eco, like no movement outside the natural, no scouting. Like he's denying vision. There is going to be a cheeky zealot run by here, but Ziki's prepared. Look at that. 3
Yeah, but the rally is going to be more than enough. You know, like where can you go at that point? There isn't even a place of vulnerability on the map anymore because there's so many hatcheries. Every round of production is enough to handle any kind of attack that he could muster.
At the same time, you know, BoA's fighting for his BSL life here. He's got a handful of units, and I'm sure he's dug himself out of worse situations. But yeah, it's definitely, you know, looking like this is going to be an all Ziki victory here for game number 1.
And I would agree with you in other... If he was playing against another player, there certainly could still be hope for BoA, but Ziki's not going... There you go. Yeah, Ziki is not going to drop the ball in such a commanding position. But to be completely honest, up until towards the end there were... Well, I guess not the end, but like when those Hydras ended up getting to turn around on those Templars, that was a pretty big turning point. But BoA looked like he was great. Like, he certainly looks like... I think if we see a game 2 go to BoA, I wouldn't be super surprised.
No, man, the probe control, as you remember, early versus the early 9 pool of Ziki. I mean, the supply blocks with the early Corsair timing, he definitely did not delay that Sair. Really, it was the Muta were the beginning of the game changer there for Ziki, as expected. I'd like to see BoA try to maybe like hinges play more around like Corsair tech and, you know, getting that early air upgrade and trying to defend Muta that way versus waiting for like the Maelstrom. I think he can do it, right? Like, he's proven he can kind of hang in there with Ziki a little bit early game, even take an advantage, which is honestly what you need against a player of that caliber. So with that, he will be getting map choice going into game number 2. Obviously, Power Bond out of the pool now, so the rest of it, you know, is fair game. Okay, Odyssey. I like it. We haven't seen a ton of games on Odyssey. Definitely, you know, this season, I'd say, of BSL so far. Definitely a map that was introduced last ASL season. Has kind of some quirky play with that blocked off third that you can only send workers to, located inside the main base. So you see some interesting stuff here. You know, for this matchup in particular. Ziki, obviously someone who's going to be very practiced on a map like Odyssey. So, but BoA as well. You know, someone who follows the ASL and BSL very regularly, has obviously witnessed hundreds of games on the map. It'll be interesting to see what these two players will come up with here. And if BoA is picking it, he's definitely got some kind of a plan. So I can't wait to see what that is. Yeah. And with that, we are set and ready to get into game number 2 here. Ziki facing off against BoA on Odyssey. Let's jump into the match. And spawning top right of Odyssey as the red Zerg, we have StarCast Ziki.
And all in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, starting as the blue Protoss, we have BoA.
Right on.
Really do hope that we see a little bit more concession from BoA this time, given to the Mutalisk, because that's a unit that Sziky very clearly favors in this matchup. I was pretty surprised to see that he went for Stargate, and it was like a 1 or 2 Corsairs, and then he was just done.
Right.
Would like to see more being used there, because I think you're right. Waiting on that Dark Archon, waiting on that Maelstrom, it didn't seem like it really played out too well for him since he got his whole main exploded. But we are getting pointed out to us that we do have double gas, so.
Yeah, Odyssey, definitely a map with those 2 gases. One of them only has 1,000 gas on it. Yeah, 1,000 there, 4,000 on the other main. So it's kind of like a mini gas. You could use it for certain timings, I'd say. It seems to be a little more valuable, in my opinion, to Protoss than to Zerg. But it's still something you can kind of try to tap on and utilize for some massive muta timings, mid-game ZVT and stuff like that. So just one of the more odd, quirky things about this map. The other being there's another base inside your main that basically you can only jump to with a probe or a drone or an SCV, and there's no way to unlock it. So as Zerg, you can kind of take the base, but just know you're not making any Zerglings out of there, and they're not going to be able to be useful, or you're pretty much only making drone muta out of it. But still's kind of interesting.
Dude, that would mess me up so bad. I'd have like 11 Hydrals just chilling there until I got dropped or something.
just hoping they drop you. Come on over here.
You're attacking, and you're just 4 SH, 5 SH, 6 SH, 7 SH, and they're oh shit, again? Here comes 3 Hydras. Oh my god.
They're just pressing their face up against the wall, please let us out. Please.
Yeah, it's when you go to the zoo and the tiger's trying to eat you through the glass, and it's just can't do anything.
So Ziki coming in with that patented 9 pool. I mean, every time he's gone 9 pool, things have got interesting here. So we'll have to see how BoA holds.
My god!
BoA...
Full surround on the first zealot. All right,
how does he do it, man?
I don't even get it. It's not like he's doing this to randoms on the ladder. He's doing this to BoA. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So where does this? How does he do it it's every game 2 lings get through.
It's very consistent. We even see another. He's not making lings behind this, so this is all just going to pay for itself.
Oh my god, it's so good.
3 more probes fall, and finally it's just a single bruised Zergling left for Ziki in the main, but the damage has already been done. There's no Nexus down here for BoA. Yes, he does have the wall. Yes, he has a forge, but none of that is going to work towards bettering his economy. Oh no, he gets another one. 13 probes to the 11 drones of Ziki, and BoA's decided, you know what? It's time to counter.
That's funny.
Yeah, this is that base.
I was see ya, idiot.
Yeah, there's no catching him now. BoA's got to get something done with this counter. Obviously, Ziki sees it coming from a mile away. I don't know what to do here. Okay, BoA backing up, microing properly. to that ramp, really not allowing Ziki to get any type of a surround with the remaining lings. And at least this is forcing ling production.
Yeah.
And maybe if BoA can get those zealots. Oh, okay, nice drone.
There we go. As long as he doesn't throw these away inefficiently, I think he's fine. Because as you said, he forced a lot of lings. I just don't want to get him see his all 4 of these guys get surrounded. But he's got a nice little place to play these 2 pocket mineral patches that he can stick his his zealots in there to get favorable trades, and he can also go behind.
I think that's the play. He just needs to go behind here. Oh, Ziki trying to get a surround. BoA with great positioning, I gotta say.
Wow.
And more
wall
even coming in here.
Right up on that gas. But
oh
Ziki, my god!
Wow, Ziki having the wherewithal to run behind the mineral patch here. Oh my gosh, very well done from BoA though, backing up to the proper point. Still getting more and more trades.
That was excellent Zealot micro.
Excellent Zealot micro, but man, here it goes. We have speedlings, I think, and an open wall, and Ziki has been hyper aggressive every chance he's got. BoA's got
2 zealots. We gotta pull. Yeah. Oh, perfectly timed. There is a little bit of space at the top, but that can be plugged by those probes. Wow, that was a really spectacular answer to the initial Zergling run by.
I mean, still, we're like, yeah, that was great for BoA, and man, look at the supply, look at the worker count. Ziki has been full steam ahead with drone production. He's secured himself a significant advantage here early on.
Man. Well, I mean, BoA is certainly showing up, really showing that he deserves to be all the way up to this point, being able to play against people like Sziky and stuff like that. But as you said, Sziky never misses a beat. Oh my god. The probe came back out of his little hidey hole, and he gets to see the hatchery. He gets to see the Hydra Den. He sees that, no layer in the main at least. It's not 100% confirmation that there's no layer, but this should clue him in that there are very likely to be Hydralisks coming. So as you can see, 2 cannons down immediately at the natural expansion, and he will be getting ready for a little bit of a Busterino potentially.
I mean, this is BoA's BSL life on the line here. I mean, he definitely does not want to fall to any kind of early Hydra pressure play, putting down the appropriate amount of cannons, and I think this is exactly what he's going to need. Ziki has shown time and time again he likes to focus down that initial forge and prevent upgrades. If he can prevent upgrades, he can get himself into a good position for that mid game. So I'd be expecting Ziki to wait for these Hydras here, charge in, try to take out the first 2 cannons, back up, and maybe try to kill that forge, or maybe even just try to kill the forge as is, now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I think it's funny that you say that, because I was going to ask you, like, I'm curious why you don't just cancel that upgrade right away and build a forge in your main to guarantee that you get it, as opposed to, like, risking your +1 timing and being even more delayed if the Hydras show up and focus it down.
You can, as Protoss, it's definitely an option. It's just, it's like a greed thing. It's a give or take. Do you want to, like, get an extra gateway, or do you want to get your forge? And honestly, this +1 is very far along here. It's going to be close between Ziki picking it off or not. I'll tell you that. I'm not sure.
There's a whole lot of Hydra here, so if Ziki makes his move now or very soon, he could pick it off. But it's very close to finishing.
It is very close. I don't know which way this is going to go, to be honest with you. Here we go. Ziki is getting the focus fire. Oh, Ziki's going to pick it off.
Yeah.
Wow. No way, dude. And BoA knows it, and BoA's forced to cancel. So you're right. The delay on that forge is going to hurt. It's definitely going to hurt him. This is an advantage Ziki goes for all of the time, and he's very good at it. Even though he's kind of in a position where he's forced to delay his lair, right? There's no Evo chamber. There's no second gas going. Drone count could be higher. Just by picking off that upgrade, now he knows exactly the timing the BoA is going to be kind of stuck to with that. And, I mean, without +1, Zerglings are just so much more efficient early on.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how good Zerglings are when they're on even upgrade carapace to the attack upgrade for Protoss. It's they're like a whole nother unit, right? Like it's
Right.
kind of insane how that one extra hit of life that they can take from the Zealot Blades like completely changes the way that the hashtag interacts with Protoss units in the early game. But yeah, when I saw that Forge explode, I heard like the sad Price is Right sound in my head a little bit. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, it's just like it was a tragedy, like if like Sziky's dog accidentally, like peed on the floor or something like that, you have to look away for like 3 seconds. Game is completely different.
Yep. Well, thank God Ziki's dog didn't pee on the floor,
This is a reference. This happened to my friend last night. Okay, it's not some random arbitrary example.
I was really wondering. I was like, how did you come up with that? It's like in a game, like no.
Thing. Yeah, we were playing League, and he just had to leave because it's like, oh my god, my dog's pee on the ground. So it was the first thing I thought of. But you know what I mean? Like, just any weird incidental life. God, that is so many zealots. Anyways, any like a weird incidental thing that could have happened to distract Sziky for just a few more seconds, and he certainly could have gotten that +1, but a little unfortunate.
Yeah, oh my gosh. So many zealots, I gotta say, out of BoA. I think he's just waiting for that +1. Once +1 finishes, he might try to push out, regain some map control. But once again, it's Muta out of Ziki, and there's not many Corsair for BoA. What it is I think this style is kind of throwing BoA off, right? Why would you want to make a bunch of Corsair when your opponent's opening a Hydra timing?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That's true, but you need to recognize that Muta timing, which is not always easy to do.
Yeah, there's only so many Hydra here, but here's the thing too: if BoA can get enough of these Hydras down early, these Zealots can kind of do a good bit of damage because Muta doesn't kill Zealot particularly fast until the numbers are kind of huge. But it looks like, oh yeah, there's another contingent of Hydras here at the 3rd, so this should be totally fine.
Yeah, he's completely fine. We're seeing supplies really even up between these two,
here we
which
go.
is never good.
Dark Templar once again on the map, or Dark Archon on the map, but this time we have cannons, we have a couple of Sayers, and the Dark Archon's way faster now.
We have a 3rd gas.
Oh,
gas is
that explains a lot. I was like, how is he doing this?
Yeah, he's kind of able to do everything now. Second Forge down as well, so we could start both those upgrades simultaneously. We do have a little Muta. Man, I sure hope we have Maelstrom here. That would be huge.
The thing is, I don't think...
Oh, the Scorch
I think Storm might have just gotten finished.
Yeah, I guess no Maelstrom yet. No... Okay, yeah, no Maelstrom yet. So Storm probably just finished. That's still fine. I think he's doing okay here against... I don't know. Ziki's ahead on supply. That's not good, honestly.
As much as the extra gas has helped the technology kind of get further down that tree, I mean, Zerg is just doing his normal game plan, right? And if you're spending a lot of extra gas and minerals on stuff like getting your Maelstrom, getting your Storm, and all that stuff, you got kind of a smaller army overall. Like, your minerals are going to all this tech, but look at the standing army from Sziky. He's got so many bases. He's got so many drones already. He's got Lurker tech. He's got Muta tech. He's got a bazillion Hydralisks. And once again, I very much fear the case that BoA is going to be locked into his natural expansion and then slowly become irrelevant.
I think you're absolutely right. I think Ziki is getting everything into position here. He's even tearing down the temple towards the 3rd. I think he's assumed that BoA is taking that because of the contain, but no, he doesn't realize BoA is not. I mean, maybe there's a window here while those 4 lurkers are out of position for BoA. It's kind of what I'm thinking. He should have Maelstrom now.
Yeah, at least break onto that high ground so he can't get contained outside of his natural like this. Because lurkers up that high ground, just like 2 of them, can be such a huge problem.
I think the more lurkers that complete here, the more locked in.
Oh, the Storm actually way bigger than I thought it was going to be. Hitting a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Ziki should have just backed off there, honestly. But, oh well. Yeah, man, this is not looking good by the second here for BoA. So many lurkers.
Are those Naga temples? Are they stacked? Or is it just one?
They're stacked.
Okay, so you do have to use the lurkers.
There's a bunch of them stacked. Yeah, you have to use lurkers. I mean, you could over time kill it. But yeah. You basically have to use the lurkers. And I mean, there's not even a third base there. Ziki's able to just kind of full rally all of his hatcheries to this location.
Good
but
storms.
man, I keep saying that. Great storms out of BoA. He's decided this is the moment. Big lurker spread out of Ziki, but Hydra's trying to run into the fray. There's no Overlord to help pick off the solo observer of BoA. And BoA finally able to get some purchase onto the lurkers here. Zealots moving in. Good spread.
Wow, so many lurkers dying here. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, more lurkers coming in from behind though.
Oh man, lurkers by themselves though are really not good units to fight a complex Protoss army like this. And as you can see, the goons firing from max range, really limiting the splash damage that the lurkers are able to do just due to their boxy size and range damage. Like,
ooh,
man, very efficient trade here.
Very efficient trade, but still, I don't know if it's enough, man. Yeah, sure, he's broken out, but Ziki's been on 4 gas.
Yeah, he's on a bazillion bases.
Yeah. I mean, that being said, Ziki should be feeling comfortable just to sit back, secure up his 4 bases, get to that hive tech, and go from there. Yeah, BoA, man, he needs a base.
Yeah, he's wanted a third base for, like, the last, 6 minutes or something. Like, it's crazy. He's about, I guess he's not gonna mine out, but he just doesn't have the ability to do anything. He's never gonna be able to march across the map. So Sziky is always going to be able to march an army across the map, just keep trading with the Protoss ball over and over and over again. And sure, maybe he doesn't kill, the natural at any point, but he's gonna be on 7-8 bases, and getting a 4th is gonna be next to impossible.
Yeah, it really is. I'm a little surprised he didn't try to send a probe through to the base in the main earlier and have secured that earlier on. But, maybe he just kind of smelled blood and thought he was going to have a strong timing. BoA is known for his timings. He has very, very strong mid-game timings for certain. But, yeah, as is, Ziki just going to take a pretty confident lead here going into the mid-game. BoA is taking a third base, though. So there is hope.
Yeah, this third certainly extends his lifespan in this game for quite a long time. I'm just concerned that Ziki will get to Infinity Zerg. You know what I mean? Just when you've got 13, 14 hatches and there's no getting you off of 170 supply.
Oh yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I think Ziki definitely heading towards that Infinity Zerg. We see him starting to take the isolated base inside his own main with a drone, trying to work that cannon down. Once he does that, that's a easily securable 5th base. BoA just now recognizing that the wall off to his own solo 3rd base has been broken.
Yeah, and that's a hard base to defend. It pulls you so far away from your 3rd.
Right, it's almost a reverse base at this point. It's closer to your opponent than to you.
Yeah.
Once that wall comes down. So Ziki, obviously having the wherewithal to remove that wall when he could, just using every opportunity. Upgrades
On the
for
map.
Protoss 2-2. Only 2 attack from Ziki. Whoa, I did just realize there was no armor yet quite from Zerg. So, it's just about to finish up though. So once that kicks in, Protoss probably gonna need to worry about being attacked here. But Ziki kind of posturing, but then backing up, actually donating some Hydralis to BoA. BoA says, "Thank you very much, sir."
Surprising, but at the same time, I think Sziky knows that he's in a pretty dominant position, so as long as he doesn't get blown out by some crazy storm or something like that, there's no real threat here to be killed at any point. So I think he just wanted to back off to where the lurkers are, so that way he doesn't get absolutely just destroyed by some kind of surprise.
It's like that patience. A lot of players wouldn't have that kind of patience. You'd be trying to trade a little bit out in the center with a small group of Hydralis, or trying to run a group of Hydralis around to maybe intercept a base that's building. And
Yeah,
as,
actually surprised
Ziki's
the
doing
fourth
here.
is not being prevented at all. Because this is
Oh.
the big lease on life right here. Is once the fourth comes up, you're on 3-base mining for a little while again, which is really where Protoss starts to take off.
Yeah, absolutely. That fourth gas. Well, not that BoA technically is on 4 gases, but it's probably already depleted. Yeah.
Yeah.
So once this fourth gas gets up, that's definitely a new lease on life. That's more Archons, it's more Templar, it's more scary Protoss units and upgrades. So I think BoA can't attack, and he probably knows it, but he could pull himself back into this game if he's able to secure top left and somehow hold that base inside his main.
He does have a huge army, though, and defilers are not online yet. And Siki's maxed out here, so I mean, like, if there was a time to do some damage before the big Hive game changer comes out, this would probably it.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Wow, he
Templar
got a
gets
Templar there.
sniped.
Man, he's so good. Looks like BoA trying to tear down that wall leading to Ziki's own base inside his expansion. Knight is already up at the base. Wow, big storm though from BoA, taking out quite a few Hydras here. Still though, good trades, but Maelstrom coming out.
Yeah, I think that first storm was really good, but the subsequent ones really, I think, were not very energy efficient.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. At least you're trading energy for units. But Ziki already preparing for the onslaught that's going to hit 12 o'clock. Lots of Templar on the field. I'm seeing Robos popping up for BoA at his outer bases for Reaver production.
All right.
Defiler is on the field. We got the Cheeto dust.
Yeah, the Swarmies are out, and these are, I mean, what a spell, man. It's so good. But very well responded to. A whole bunch of lurkers gonna go down here.
Yeah, I gotta say, that wasn't the worst trade for BoA. Oh my god, look at those storms. 2 huge
Templar!
storms. 4,
Make a
5
Templar! Oh my
storms.
god! There's so many of them here!
There is. Oh no, that's gonna end up being a little bit of a blunder here, but still the storms were just massive from BoA, taking out quite a few lurkers and Hydras and Zerglings.
But then eight Templar. Oh my god! But he has so many, because even when depleted in this game, of course, I'm like 90% of the people watching know, but like maybe there's like a StarCraft 2 guy or something. But even when depleted, those gas still provide gas. So having 2 in the main is still a boon to your gas income, making Templar really excellent and super efficient when it comes to having that extra gas.
They're mega efficient in this game. I mean, it is the late game unit to make PvZ, right? If you had to pick one, it would be Templar, because they're basically 2-in-1 with Storm and Archon.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you get that late game and then they're like, you have the Protoss on the ropes, but they just have like so many Archons and they never die because they keep fighting stuff and like surviving with 1 HP. And it's just like you didn't do anything because they survived, so their whole HP recharges again.
Massive drop coming in for both BoA and Ziki into the main here.
Big storm,
like
but the OVs are what's scaring me though, because all the production's in this one spot and there's no units here. If we get a nice spread on these lurkers here, it could potentially take out a whole bunch of gateways and slow down BoA's ability to reinforce critical locations.
Yeah, we're seeing a 70 supply lead here for Ziki over BoA. BoA having to try to reestablish his main here. Ziki appropriately repositioning some links to tear down the tech that is remaining from BoA. I mean, with no Templar archives here, BoA's in some trouble. You gotta have Templar, you gotta have Archon, late game PvZ especially, in order to really stand a chance here. Archon's trying to tank a little bit. Lots of Scourge. Trying to make some connects on the observers there.
Oh man.
Still very well done. Yeah. Very well done there from Ziki. And remember, that removes 2 depleted gases in the main, so that's pretty worthwhile.
For you. Mm-hmm. Do you remake those? I think you remake them, right?
I don't think so, actually. I think you'd always rather want to have a new base. And given BoA's position, he needs a new base right now. So you'd prioritize that.
All right, well, the Cracklings are just doing what Cracklings do. You get that upgrade, and it's like, well, I'm a whole different race now. Like, now all of my units are literally the best.
Yeah, they're tearing down those probes. Remaining 23 probes here for BoA to the 59 workers of Ziki. Ziki's pretty much had an untouched economy since the start of this game. I mean, we're just looking at the red all along the right side of the map here. It looks like even another drop trying to come in to the main of BoA here. And unfortunately, BoA's just spread too thin.
Yeah, I think this just comes down to the fact that he was locked into his natural expansion for way too long, didn't attempt to take that third in a timely manner, and like everything is just a little too far behind, you know? Sziky was allowed to get all of the income that he could possibly want, and that's a huge problem because now, you know, you're fighting essentially an unlimited army with just like scraps constantly. This is a really excellent Reaver drop here, but dude, it's so funny. Reavers like blow almost a unlimited amount of Zerglings, but if any of them get on your Reavers, the Reavers like instantly die.
Yeah, they actually take damage so quickly, but man, these have been some incredible Reavers. He even gets the Lurker before the Burrow, and there's no Nidus here anymore. This is a shutdown base, so you know, that's pretty big. Ziki though with his own counter drop, tearing down a few probes there, but BoA looks to have the Reaver count he needs to sit and defend. Looks like he's also defended his main as well, so hanging on here. 19 probes left.
No vision for those Reavers though, so the Lurker's going to continue to lock down this gas at least for now. Okay, finally get some vision on them.
Yeah, BoA is able to clean those up. These two Reavers trying to produce the Scarabs they need to end this hatchery, and that should do it. One more shot, and
oh my god, are they out?
One more shot. If they get, yeah, there we go. That'll do it.
There we go. Well, man, it's actually crazy how little minerals that Sziky has, but he's just burning through them every chance he gets. He makes units, you know, like this is. It's not like he doesn't have good macro. It's literally that he gets minerals in and they're immediately minerals out. Like,
he's doing a great job of like spreading his units too, right? He's not trying to attack with everything all at once where it can get stormed. He's just dropping some Lurkers here, going in with a link counter to the 4th, you know, going back with another drop into the main, going back with another link counter. He's doing this really well. Look at all the damage done. I mean, BoA's army is just really bruised at the moment.
It is actually incredible how well BoA is handling the multitasking that Sziky is handing to him. You know, like I feel like every attack that Sziky does is in a different place, and he's like, good luck, and then BoA just shows up and he clears it out, and he never doesn't take any kind of completely fatal game-ending damage. You know, he's been dropped in his main by big, you know, multi-overlord drops a bunch of times now, and he still hasn't, you know, lost all of his production. So this has just been a great play by him. Oh no,
it really has been.
This is so annoying. Oh, the last one is gonna die to the spore. Okay,
he's still got one alive, so at least BoA having.
Oh no!
I jinxed it. I did die. Oh no! One more Lurker still at this base. That should kind of clean that up. Ziki trying to move in with some flanking Lurkers and Lings. Good spread from Ziki. Storm does take out at least one Lurker. And suddenly BoA's army is trapped with a counter timing hitting top left here. Big Dark Swarms going down. So yeah, these Zerglings should be able to clean up what's left of these cannons and those Reavers. And this is BoA's last mining base here.
Man, really great game played by BoA, but it does suck. Kind of like that early contain really sealed the deal here. Like if you look at the map, just Ziki has everything he could ever want. If he wanted more, he could take another base, but does he want more? No. Doesn't need it. No. He's just going to keep crushing armies very efficiently with his units, and there we go. We finally have the GG.
Yeah, GG is called there by BoA. Ziki will be Group D's champion, making out in first place unscathed. Didn't drop a game to Blade, didn't drop a game even to BoA, so pretty commanding victory there from Ziki, and well-deserved.
Yeah, man. Question really is will he ever lose a game? Or will he just, you know what I mean?
Well, you just jinxed him. That was it. Nah, man. I mean, definitely a clear favorite in the BSL. A clear personal favorite of mine. I love watching Ziki play time in, time out. So, yeah, man. I'm very excited to see what he's going to end up doing at the next stage of this game. And speaking of the next stage of this game, we still have the elimination matches. We need to see who's going to end up making it out of the BSL Group D in second place here. And first off, we're going to be having Blade face off against Jayen for the elimination match.
Yeah, famously, this is going to be a matchup that Steve Jung really likes because no matter who wins, a Protoss loses. So he's going to be very happy in the chat.
Good old Steve Jung, man.
Yeah.
As long as the Protoss loses, he's happy.
I think it's so funny. I feel like if I ever meet Steve and we like go to a bar and I'm like talking to him, I'm like, man, you know, me and my girlfriend just not been getting along recently, and he'll be like, it's the Protoss, dude. Like it's clearly the Protoss. That's the problem with your relationship. Like, what are you talking about, Steve? He's like, they're behind everything.
Against you. They're behind everything. They're behind your bed at night when you sleep.
He's the Kanye West of Terrans. I'm telling you right now, man.
The Kanye West of Terrans. All right, you heard it here first, folks.
Oh my god.
Oh, shoot. Well, Jaeyun going up against Blade. Jaeyun showing some incredible macro prowess, as expected, you know, in his series against BoA. Blade, we've yet to see a PvP out of today. He got the short stick and unfortunately had to face off against Ziki round number 1. But yeah, he's going to be putting his display on the line here, seeing how he can play off against Jayen in a PvP on Butter 2-player map, or on Power Bond. Never mind, my bad, my mistake here. Power Bond PvP. I like this map for PvP. I think it's pretty standard. You know, you think the mains being a little open to drop harass, but that's nothing Protosses aren't already used to anyway. So. Should be an exciting one here.
Yeah. I have to say, though, I did look up the win rates for this map, and it's a little imbalanced for this matchup. It's like 100% Protoss win rate. It's crazy.
For PvP?
Yeah.
Nuts, man. I don't know. Blizzard, get on that. What are you doing?
All right, guys.
100%
let's get into the game.
All right, guys. Let's get into game number 1, Jaeyun versus Blade on Power Bond. And spawning top right, sitting pretty as that blue Protoss, we have Blade.
And in the bottom center, spawning as the red Protoss, we have Jaeyun.
Do you think Blade named himself after the Marvel character?
No, I think he probably was like really like he was born in '98, so he probably got like really into roller skating. I think that's where it came from.
Yeah, you think it's purely just the roller skating?
He just loves rollerblading, dude. He's like doing it on the weekends in the short shorts, you know?
All my friends call me Blade. Like he's like going to high school, right? He doesn't wear shoes. He like just skates into every class. The teacher's like, who the hell is that? That's Blade. Like, he only rollerblades. He's got his shades on in class. Yeah, sleeps in them.
He gets up in the middle of the night. He's like, it has to go pee. He just like does like that butterfly thing with his like. He's like getting to the bathroom backwards. Like
most people sleepwalk. He sleep blades. You know, like, he's
he like wakes up next to a rail, like there's like wax all over it. It's like, oh dude, did I just hit that 6-7 stair, bro? Oh, not again. Oh man,
I love it.
You know they're making a new Blade movie soon.
No.
Yeah, a new one's coming out. It's gonna be sick. You know
who are they gonna get instead of Wesley Snipes? Like Wesley Snipes is perfect.
Is he dead? Like is he
that's
not
right.
alive?
I mean, they probably pulled him out of prison at some point, I would assume.
Yeah. I mean, what? I did not know he was in prison. When did he go to prison? What happened?
Remember dude, tax evasion. Come on.
Bro,
Everybody
how do
knows
you
that.
how do you go to prison for tax evasion after Al Capone?
Exactly.
Like,
That's what
don't
they
you just
said.
pay your taxes?
Well, that's why everyone's like, dude, they were way unfair on Wesley Snipes because he's
fuck?
like one of the only celebrities to go to. It's like
I
a
was
whole
like,
thing.
you owe me
Yeah.
$20, bro. Send it in the squad.
Man. Well, even game here. 1 gate tech from both our players. Jayen getting the earlier scout off in the main, so he'll get to a little bit of harass here, but not much. We already know Jaeyun's very passive PvP, so I feel like we're just trying to figure out what Blade's going to end up doing here, and it looks to be more of the same. This 1 gate tech style, not a whole lot of pressure early. We're not seeing Zealots going out for either player. So I wonder if he's kind of with the Jayen and BoA PvP school of thought of just going 1 gate robo Reaver obs.
It's like a secret club. They're like in Doctor. They got all the hoods on. So you will not make a second gate.
The He-Man
Brotherhood of the
DT
One Gate.
Haters Club.
Yeah.
The He-Man DT Haters Club.
They got like a secret handshake that they do.
Oh man, yeah, it probably is. Honestly, they play very, very similar. I gotta say, we're seeing that range researching for both players. I mean, really, just like no changes to or really deviations to think of. Looks like we might have a Dragoon moving out a little bit for Jayen, or maybe that's just a yeah, it is a Dragoon. Okay, he's looking for proxies, maybe. This
He's
is
just
kind
trying
of
to get away from his wife, dude. He's like, God,
Yeah.
won't stop nagging me.
She keeps asking me to defend the expansion. Defend the expansion. Well, you know what, Clarice? I don't want to defend the expansion today. I want to
Yeah,
go to
he's
the bar with my buddies.
You know?
You know what?
I was trying to ask him
Clarice,
to buy
I need a day
handbags and
off.
stuff.
Yep, those handbags, man. Those pesky
He's like,
handbags.
Yeah, he's on a military salary. You can't just buy everything. Come on, you gotta save for the kid's future. A little Probius, man. You know?
Little Probius. Yep. Ooh, looks like a little bit of a poke from Blade. Will scout the single Zealot 2 Dragoon. Doesn't really tip anything off other than it's likely not a 3 gate, I'd say. Looks like another gateway finishing up here for Blade. Blade just kind of poking in, but no real damage being done yet from either player. I mean, just same builds here. Like, Observatory for Jayen, it looks like.
The real question is who gets the Nexus first?
Usually
Jayen. Yeah, I was gonna say I got some good money on Jaeyun. But who knows, dude?
It's like his calling card, but he's so good at it. You know, it's kind of like we were saying before. He knows what he's good at, right? And like his mechanics are definitely next level. He, you know, has, if he can just get it to that next stage, like his macro is very, very good. We saw that in the series against BoA. I mean, man, he's just sometimes you just got to pull the trigger and put that Nexus down. Even in the scary spots where he was like trying to defend his natural against BoA, his micro was insane. That's when it just definitely took off and went like next level.
Jayen makes me feel like such a piece of shit. Whenever Jayen's like the calm, collected, like he's like cool. He's like, I'm just gonna win by playing correctly, you know. And then in the meantime, I got like 6 wings, and I'm like, oh, can I get in? Can I get in? Can I get a free win here? Oh, can I kill him with wings? No. Ah, fuck.
What if I make DT this game? Oh, fucking of course they made an observer. You know, like...
Yeah, you're like trying really hard to do something sneaky, and Jayen's just like, I'm just gonna make probes and win because I have more stuff, and he does it every time.
Well, he's got the Nexus here, and that means Blade going to have kind of an advantage with the shuttle here. That's really the biggest difference. But Jayen willing to bring it down to just control. It seems like. Reaver's coming in with that shuttle. Maybe if Blade's able to get some good connects here, things could go well. But Jayen immediately shooting, backing off that Reaver. Reaver getting good damage on both sides, actually. Oh, huge connect there from Jayen onto the Reaver of Blade. And Blade suddenly in trouble. Once again, shuttle going down. Reaver being focused by...
Reaver gets an amazing scare at the very end here, but we do have the shield battery.
It seems a little late. I mean, yeah, the shield battery is able to get some damage. At least we have a probe pull coming. Probe should be able to trap at least one Dragoon. But I gotta say, okay, we have a Reaver though. Once the Reaver gets up, this is big trouble.
Oh my god, but the Dragoons have no HP though.
I mean, it's a Reaver and a shield battery. The Reaver can definitely take this now. Which means that the faster Nexus for Jaeyun should pay off once these probes start mining.
Okay.
There we go.
Things stabilizing here.
Jayen with a 5-worker advantage, has his own Reaver, needs to get a shuttle though. I think that was the big difference last time, is he can control his Reavers very well with a shuttle. He's just gotta, I mean, just honestly make that shuttle instead of that second Reaver, it feels like. Actually, what am I saying? Jayen's in a great spot here.
I feel like we can just not even need to look at the worker count. We can always just be like, and Jaeyun's up on workers. Like,
exactly.
You gotta double check afterwards just in case you said something stupid and you're like, no, he's up 7. It's like, yeah, of course. Why was I even worried?
I mean, definitely, you know, it sounds simple, right? Like, oh yeah, he's good at making workers.
Yeah, he just makes the units. Oh, what's so good about that?
If everybody could do it, they would, you know?
Yeah, it's insane.
Probe taking the gas at the natural here for Jayen. That's going to be even more of an advantage here. Blade, though, has stabilized, has a couple Reavers of his own. You know, has not been a slouch in the macro department as well. But we do see the 28 workers to 40 of Jayen. So every second this game goes on and Blade doesn't really catch up in worker count, it should be advantage for Jayen.
Oh my gosh, the worker difference is just crazy, man.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is the biggest worker difference I feel like we've seen in all the matchups today, almost.
It's actually super weird. Why hasn't Blade made any more workers? It's not like he's skyrocketing on supply and he's cutting like White Rust style to make a huge timing.
I think that is what he's doing. I think I'm pretty sure. I think he's just going for a big timing here. I don't know why you wouldn't make any more workers, so it's got to be a timing. And yeah, we are seeing Blade move out. Shuttle speed is on their way for both players. I think they had pretty similar timings. Looks like Jayen's just finished up. We've seen Jayen get pretty aggressive with this shuttle speed Reaver in the past, and yeah, looks like he's diving into the main here.
There's nothing. The drop has been seen, so the probes have been pulled. Oh my god!
Huge connect.
Big Scarab. Right into the middle, too.
And Jayen just gonna back up, it looks like, and defend. He knows the damage has been done. He didn't see many probes to begin with. So now it's just on Jayen to defend here. Shield battery in the wall. Has a Reaver already sitting and waiting. 2 more dropping in. Or not.
Eventually.
Okay. There we go. 2 more Reavers. Big connect. 1 of Blade's Reavers falling. Battery still alive. And 3 Reavers still alive with a shuttle.
Yeah,
for
a
Jayen.
4th Reaver showing up now. Like, the goon count was spectacular, but look at the Reaver control. Jayen has just been coming out with the sickest micro.
His defensive micro? Man.
Oh, no. This could be big.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
it could be.
Not huge, but...
Ooh.
What is going on here?
Dragoon. Yeah, I think... I don't know. It's all right, though. He's still doing fine.
I mean, he's only up 21 workers, that's all.
Yeah, that's all. Just 21.
He's like another player. He's like a 2v1 at this point. There's 2 Protosses versus this one poor Protoss Blade.
Yeah, it's like Jayen's micro and his macro. Oh, counter drop timing again with the speed shuttle though from Jayen. Oh, just at the right time as well. They get the probe transfer.
Scarab.
Huge scarabs going down here. Oh, is he going to get another probe transfer? It looks like it.
I mean, at this point, he could get like the Robo.
Oh, wow.
Support bay. Oh my.
Oh my gosh.
That was
massive
huge.
Scarabs in the main. It doesn't look like Jayen recognizes it either.
Is this BoA? This is the same thing that happened the last game.
I'm telling you, man, knife fights. These NA Protosses, man, they just go for the kill, it looks like.
Yeah, but this time, when Blade leaves, he's not pretty even. We're still almost double the worker count at this point. So with 15 workers, like, you're struggling to be able to make any units while still, like, making your probes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're pretty much just making probes at that point. I mean, we are seeing a significant supply difference here in this match. 48 to 75 for Jayen's favor.
Oh my God.
Okay, this is big, though. He's going to be able to pick up these Reavers. Oh, wow, he is going to get another shot off.
I actually can't believe that this shuttle's getting out.
Yeah, that looked like a big surround by Blade, and I think he controlled it pretty well, too. I mean, at this point, that shuttle could just sit there forever, right? It's just going to take up more supply of Blade.
Yeah, and what's Blade going to do? Leave 4 out of his 5, Dragoons at home to lock this bad boy down? I mean, sure, he needs 1 hit, but, like, you have to cover all of the angles incoming, because 1 Scarab could end his whole career, dude.
Yeah, it absolutely could. 20 supply lead, it looks like.
This is ballsy. I love that he's still sending this across, because, I mean, you may feel like you're pressed into a corner, but if you don't do something about the probe count on Jayen's side of the map, then you're totally screwed.
Absolutely. I mean, he needs to get each and every
single
single
probe. Oh my God, the shield battery, though.
Can.
Oh, he gets the goon and the pylon at the last second. Awesome.
Oh, big surround there. Wow, Jayen might be just going for the kill here.
Dude, this Reaver's going to come from the back during this fight. It's going to be insane. Oh, no, it's just going to sit there. I lied.
Good pickup, though, from Jayen. Gets yet another shot off. Oh,
here
you were
it comes.
right. Does come in from behind. Good shooting here from Blade. Whoa, Blade with a pretty dominant defense of his own. Still, oh, I didn't realize second Reaver had been dropped and has been doing some eco damage as well to Blade. Look at that probe count. 16 probes to 33 at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, this is crazy. Blade's been, like, below 20 for, quite a significant number of minutes now. Like, it's insane how much of probe advantage Jayen's had this entire time.
Yeah, it really has. Shuttle trying to move in with a couple Reavers, does get scouted from Jayen. I think this is it, Doc. I think this is going to be the final push here from Blade. He's realized he's just got to get some damage
Scarab
done.
dodges.
But he
Reaver
picks
does go
up the
down,
Reaver, and there's still 2 Reavers remaining for Blade here. Good pickup from the shuttle by Blade here. And Jayen's forces kind of just trickling out, getting shot one by one, but it is just the 2 Reavers and shuttle remaining.
All right, the Reaver is going to make its way out now, so this is no longer contended by the Reaver at the natural expansion. Man, these are like skinning your teeth battles over and over and over again. But Blade only at 18 supply or 18 workers. Why is he not probing up? Does he not like them?
He's trying. He's trying. It's just tough, I guess.
I know.
I mean,
it's just this is like literally where Jayen, like, this is why Jayen wins so many games, right? Like, Jayen got knocked down to 30, back up to 38, a reasonable count considering how much minerals he has left in his main. He, like, does not skip a beat. He knows that is where that's where the money's made. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like,
literally,
like literally,
it's his moneymaker.
Exactly. So he, it's like a question of priorities. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you just focus a little less on something else, because you really have to have workers in this game, believe it or not.
It's funny you say that, because I think PvP, really cutting workers is so strong too. And normally I'm the one saying that, but I mean, it has actually been the difference maker in this set so far. I mean, and honestly, the set against BoA even, you know, even BoA had great economy over Jayen at times, and obviously it's a game winner. It's the reason why it's so important in this matchup. Here we go, Jayen pushing in, shuttle 2 Reavers, trying to get their first connects onto Blade's Dragoons here. Do so. Ooh,
Yeah.
good pickup.
I have to say, if Blade ends up winning this game, we're gonna have to like start a new religion. This will be like Hanukkah 2.0. The man that like won a game with half of the workers. There's no way. I feel like, but he just keeps surviving all these fights. I don't get it.
It's a Christmas miracle.
And on the 8th day, there was still 20 probes, but somehow he still didn't die.
Wow, this is interesting. A little bit of. I mean, even when you think about
Dodgeball.
this, though, it's better for Jayen as long as he's not getting hit, so he can afford the scarabs, you know?
Yeah. You can dodge a wrench,
Oh!
you can dodge a scarab.
Reaver getting picked off, and once again, Blade with another Christmas miracle hold here. Man, that was tricky. I don't know how he's doing it, because Jayen's had a pretty dominant supply advantage each and every single time they've matched up here.
It's actually so weird that he's still been able to keep up this entire time. I feel like there must be like some kind of like the huge upgrade difference that we're just missing because we didn't see a forge somewhere or something. But clearly, like there's not. It's just Blade is just controlling like a madman every single fight.
Yeah, he's very clutch, man. Like when it gets down to the wire and things start getting really important, he kind of has really managed to do what he's needed to do to defend.
He's like the guy that like walks past you and you drop your beer and he catches it without looking or something. You know, it's freaking me out a little bit. You're like, what the fuck? Didn't I have like 15 more supply? How did he do that?
So
He's
all
a
I need to do
freak
to
of
impress you,
nature.
Doc, is just catch your beer.
Yeah, dude.
I'll do it.
For sure.
I'll do it, bro.
You impress me regardless.
One-handed, behind the back, blindfolded. Oh man.
Oh! Blade had too many probes, so he had to send one out. My bad. we got too close to 25.
Yeah, exactly right. Too close to 25. That's almost the halfway mark for the 20s, you know?
Yeah. It is. I am actually so impressed at how he's been able to hold Jayen off for such a long time. Here comes yet another drop. Oh my god, though. The HP on
Look
these
at how
units.
many probes are at this.
Oh!
Oh my.
Oh!
Oh, get out, Blade! Get out! Oh man, still though.
Whoa!
Massive damage.
Wow. And it actually gets a really good amount of damage to the army, too.
Yeah, he's kind of... What? He's even it up, minus the third base kicking in now for Jayen.
Okay, that's a big minus, but yeah, agreed. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
Jayen, what are you doing, bro? Don't you know you can't make more than 25 probes?
I mean, that is his advantage at the moment. That's his only advantage, too. I don't even see any Reavers for Jayen. Ooh, Scarab damage being researched by Blade.
How is Jayen only up 2 supply? He's down on army supply right now.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Blade's just managed to be very efficient with his units, I'm guessing.
Actually wild, man.
Yeah, it's super wild.
Someone teach this man how to get his macro game up a little bit better, and he'll be unstoppable. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on his macro, but by any means. Blade is clearly a great player, right? Like, excellent. Like, I mean, he's BSL level player. But I'm just saying, like, could you imagine if like he just had on average like 3 or 4 more probes, like this whole game? He'd win.
Yeah, he honestly, I mean, he would obviously be in a better spot, but I mean, even as is, the game is super duper close here. I'd say the Archons are really the biggest advantage for Jayen at the moment. He's got a little bit of tankiness here. Oh, huge connect from the first 2 Reavers, though, of Jayen. Oh, man, Jayen just in an incredible spot here. 4 Archons at the front, just tanking all of the Scarab damage, really allowing his own Scarabs to get some massive connects. And wow.
Well,
Jayen. All Jayen, man.
Yeah, and now Man. Oh!
Oh, it does
That's
pick
right.
off a Dragoon. That's a nice
You
little
show that
trade
Dragoon
there.
who's boss.
I think Jayen needs to go. I think
Yeah,
he
I
can hit
mean-
a timing right here.
He is up 30 supply right now. And he does have that third base, so I think at this point, even if it's not 100% efficient, if you just keep trading, right? The main is mining out soon. You know, Blade is going to not be able to continue to produce units. So even pretty much any trade at this point should be advantageous.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Because
really,
how do you
you
save
take
for a
even
Nexus?
inefficient trades when you're just trying to waste their minerals at this point, right? Like, Blade
Yeah.
clearly needs the third base, but he just doesn't have any map control. The second he steps out, he's going to be facing Jayen's force, which is just bigger. It's bigger, it's meaner, it's stronger at the moment. And
Are those pylons, by the way, at the third? Like, are those like? Yeah, that's so mean.
yeah, I mean, it's just
We're just
scouting.
everywhere.
Yeah, they are pretty much everywhere. They're just kind of scouting. Scouting pylons, making sure none of those future drops happen.
Well, yeah, but like, even if Blade wants a third, he's not going to be able to get one without Jayen's army just coming across and stopping him every time now. He's just, my God, Jayen's such a good by the numbers player. Like, it's insane. He just doesn't forget anything, man.
Nope. He sees everything. He literally sees all the bases on this map. And he's decided this is his go time. He's definitely knows he has an advantage at this point. He's got a tech advantage. He's got an army advantage. He's got a supply advantage. Got an eco advantage. It's time to close this one out. And here we go. Blade coming in with his own drop Reavers. Gets the first connect onto Jayen's Reavers. Jayen not really engaging with the majority of his force here. Does decide to kind of turn around and says, screw it, it's time to go. DT's at the fray, sitting in the front, but they get picked off by the Reaver Splash. Blade making this one pretty close. I gotta say, he still has a couple Reavers alive here. But yeah, ultimately, just a little too much Protoss there from Jayen, and GG is called by Blade. So game one going to Jayen. Very well done.
Blade is really good. Very promising looking, man. I feel like if he shores up some of the weaknesses in his macro, he's gonna be a monster. Because that was like a crazy, like half. Like I kind of want to see the score screen and see how much more Jayen like mined than him, because there's no way it's even close, right?
Right. That was definitely Jayen's biggest advantage there. Was like, you know, it had the third base a lot longer, even had the natural a lot longer at the start of that probe count difference, but Blade still managed to kind of hang in there and make it scrappy. And, you know, I mean, the counter drop timings were phenomenal. He evened up the game a couple times there with some of those Reaver drops. But with that, you know, it is at least going to be Blade's pick here going into game number 2. Obviously, you know, now I'm not sure what he'll end up picking against Jayen in particular. Do you want to go for a bigger map? Do you want to go for a smaller map? And it looks like Sylphid actually going to be the pick. Very similar, honestly, to what we just watched, minus the ramp into the main. Sylphid, popular map that's been around for quite some time now. But yeah, with that, our players are ready to go here. Let's jump into game number 2. It's Jayen going up against Blade on Sylphid. Let's check it out. And spawning 12 o'clock position as the blue Protoss, currently down 0-1, but trying to make that comeback. It's Blade.
And on his, after coming off a nice win in this for game number 1, we have the red Protoss Jayen. And I gotta say, man, both these guys are on their last life here. I really liked the idea that Blade had in game number 1 for the probe cut, for a big timing attack. It just didn't seem to go his way. Do you think Sylphid's going to be a better map for him to take advantage of that type of style?
You know, it could actually. When I think of Sylphid for PvP, I think no ramp leading into the main, which basically means like 3-gate openers reign supreme, right? A lot of the times you'll go like 2-gate robo, even Reaver, but 2-gate robo obs or something like that, and your opponent goes 3-gate goon, and they just run you over because there's no ramp to defend. So I think, yeah, timings are particularly strong on this map, whether that's 3-gate or, you know, maybe like even just like a 2-gate robo Reaver. 3-gate is always going to have to be something you're wary of on this map for this matchup. We are seeing a 2-gate opener from Blade. First deviation we've really seen all day.
Yeah, for the
PvP.
day.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Well, it's clear that Blade is not part of the cult then, man.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's the black sheep 2-gater in the NA PvP scene. He's not so honorable. He likes to make the zealots and walk at you.
Yeah, people are like passing a replay around. Did you hear? Blade made 2 gates. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
2 gates, can you believe it?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I do like to see the change up though. Especially, again, I'm super not familiar with Blade's play, but he certainly seems to like to be an aggressor. And this could be a really great way for him to potentially kind of throw Jayen, you know, shake him up a little bit. Maybe change the game up a little.
Stir the pot, kind of get Jayen out of his comfort zone. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously already causing Jayen to pull some probes. He's not happy with the pylon block. Lost a little bit of mining time there, but still, Jayen, I gotta say, with a pretty good reaction. We're already seeing that shield battery, you know, at the wall off. Gateway is, or Dragoon is building, rather, and Blade's gonna need to wait for all 3 zealots before he can truly start pushing in here.
I'm a little confused. I don't know the numbers on this or anything, but like, Blade's 4 probes behind right now. I was under the impression that you could do this without cutting anything, right?
Yeah, you definitely can. I don't know why he's 4 probes behind. Might just be microing the probe in the main a little too much or something. I'm not sure, but
okay.
He's gonna definitely need to get a couple probe kills or so to kind of pull himself back into this. Dragoon is out though.
Yeah,
shield battery is being
away
utilized
from that battery
pretty well. There's a 4th zealot now in the main 4 Blades, so now this is Blade's time to start jumping on some of these probes. I don't know why he's following that Dragoon around so much. He needs to get in the mineral line here.
Yeah, I mean, at least send 1 or 2. Well, the zealot goes down, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to send 2 to that mineral line and just keep clicking probes at this point. Jaeyun's still with a 4 probe advantage. Dragoon's able to lure those zealots away and heal up onto that battery. And suddenly, Jaeyun in an incredible position here.
Man, the kiting has been insane. I feel like I'm watching like Jayen play Dark Souls or something, and he's just running this boss around in his circle, getting the heals every time he comes over to the shield battery, and it's like, oh, it's no big deal.
It's clearly the league practice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true. That's true.
Yeah, you know, that's all Jayen needed. He needed to play a little bit of league to improve his StarCraft play.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, Jayen now commanding lead, has map control with the superior Dragoon count.
The Manor Pylon supply block Blade.
Yeah, that's rough. You never like being supply blocked in this matchup in particular. So yeah, he's got to build. Honestly, he's going to need another pylon. He's going to need a couple more here. So should probably get on building that here pretty shortly. And Jayen sitting pretty pretty. He's got a few Dragoons of his own kind of pressuring in here to the natural. 2nd gateway already completed. But that's about it. Maybe he just threw down a robo. I'm not sure. Yep, robo is down for Jayen. His range is much, much faster here. So should Jayen choose to poke in as soon as range is complete, he might be able to get a little bit of damage done here.
And Jayen up 6 probes now. Man, I was so
Yeah.
impressed with Blade's control last game. I just feel like that initial 2-gate attack was so fumbled, though.
Yeah, it was a little out of place, but unfortunately, that just kind of happens.
Yeah. All right.
He's trying to use this range. Jayen has range right now, and Blade doesn't. So he's trying to get any kind of free shield damage he can, right up until Blade's own range finishes. There we go. Good damage. Good damage from Jayen. I wonder, you know, we're not seeing for the first time Jayen take an expo. This looks to be a pretty committed 2-base timing that he's aiming for here. First shuttle done, observatory on the way. And I guess no support bay yet from Jayen.
All right. Big attack coming across here, but the Zeld's not going to be super helpful in the choke, especially with the shield battery still going to be able to provide a big defensive advantage here. I don't see Blade breaking through here.
Yeah, there's no way he's breaking through, but I'm a little concerned about a contain. That is quite a small choke at the natural here for PvP, and if you get stuck in your main sometimes, you can never get out.
Yeah, there is a huge concave that you can set up outside as well, like you said, but I mean, I also do think you've got that shuttle. You could just sneak a probe out.
Yeah, it's always a little finicky trying to push out. I mean, you just need to get Reaver, I guess, but still, I don't think Jayen needed to like basically back up and give out his natural. I think he could have just held his natural no problem. But that being said, it looks like Blade maybe in a little bit better of a position than he could have been in, so he's got to be happy about that.
Yeah, Reaver should be out though, and then natural expansion should be doing good. What are these dots coming on the right side? Are they just Dragoons walking down this way in a funky?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple more Dragoons. Looks like they're looking for potential shuttle move outs, but not going to see anything. Looks like first Reaver is out for Jayen. Time to start marching. He's going to try to retake his natural here. Zealot's going first. Just a huge flood of units here from Jayen. First Scarab lands quite easily. He's also got the battery there to defend the Reaver as well. But it's been, I mean, just free Scarabs all day here for Jayen.
Man, those Dragoon numbers just absolutely plummeting here at the natural expansion for Blade, and just another pretty unfortunate overall trade there. It was nice to get that contain down. I didn't see the timing on the natural expansion, but it looks like we have a scout or oh, that was probably the OBS, huh? That's the OBS flying around there. But yeah, I mean that natural is finishing up pretty quick here. Jayen up 10 supply, but getting that additional efficiency from the probes being able to get on more patches, plus the probes being able to start to get produced twice as fast, going to be a really nice way for Blade to catch up on the economic front.
If Jayen dives on this could be bad news bears, though, for Blade. He's got 2 Reavers and a shuttle of his own. It's only the 1 Reaver for Blade. He does have a battery, but it looks like Jayen gonna march ahead here with his 2 Reavers. It's been scouted from Blade. First connect goes down. Free Dragoon. Ooh, another free Dragoon. Now Jayen trying to get on top of the Reavers remaining from Blade here, using his own Reavers to cleave down the Reavers of Blade. Big connects, taking out quite a few probes as well. Damage has already been done. And man, the final Reaver falling here for Blade. This is massive, massive damage to Blade's economy here.
Jayen has some really, really sick, subtle control there too. Microing 1 Dragoon forward at a time to make sure that the splash damage is not hitting the rest of his Dragoon ball. Like, they were really small moves, but he just scoots 1 Dragoon at a time every time, and those Reavers really not nearly as effective.
The pullback on his own Reavers too, after they connect a shot, he's like, nope, not giving you any free damage. get those back here for a second, then reattacks. Like, man, it was very, very well executed from Jayen, as expected there. And he's going to end up taking out Blade in the elimination match 2-0, which means he's got to go redeem himself here, Doc. He's facing off against BoA once again to see who makes it out of this group in second place. And yeah, I'm excited to see his shot at redemption here.
It's been super impressive stuff this series by Jayen, very happy to see him do well. A little sad that he's playing Protoss now, just because we have less, high-level Zergs in the scene, because we just lost a good one, you know what I mean? But all things being equal, Protoss is really doing well for him. He's looking so sick, man. And especially you pointed out, his micro, this entire series of PvPs that we've seen so far has been really, really incredible.
Yeah, it absolutely has. When you think of Jayen, you think of the economy, you think of the mechanics, but really it's his micro today that's kind of been impressing me about his PvP in both those series so far. So yeah, good stuff, guys. We are going to take a really short break here before we get back at it with the final match of the day. As we've mentioned, it's going to be Jayen facing off against BoA once again, PvP, to see who makes it out of this Group D. So yeah, stay tuned, folks, and we'll see you here soon.
Well, welcome back, guys. What's up? Just got done draining the snake. I know you wanted to know about it, so here I am with the news.
Dude, you are so random, bro. Oh my god.
Look, I've given the people what they want, okay?
You've given them what they want, sure. Oh man, well, we are back, man. Final match of Group D here. We got Jayen, facing off against BoA once again in the redemption match, the final match, Doc, to make it out of this group, and yeah, it's gonna be another extraordinary PvP, man. I can't wait to get this one started.
Yeah, BoA, Jayen, once again, like, the first series was so incredibly close. Like, I just wanted more of it. I was like, does it really have to be, 2-1? Can we just go, like, BO9? Can we do you know what? Can we do a whole, and do you know what's crazy, too? Is okay, look, I never portray this. I don't tell anyone this, but I hate PvP. It's the worst matchup. But I actually was like, yo, this is the best PvP. Can it just not end? Can we just watch this all day? Like, I very rarely feel that about PvP, but man, they're so evenly matched. There's so much action once we hit the mid game. Like, it's just so cool to watch this matchups.
Their styles match up pretty well, I gotta say, because they are both very reserved early on, which, I mean, has just made for some nail-biting, PvP. And then, as soon as the Reaver shuttle's been out, it's just a knife fight. They're just each diving each other's mineral lines, diving the main, diving the natural, finding those probe kills, that big scarab damage. And yeah, it's made it just so much fun to watch so far today. BoA did take the original series, although it was a very, very close one. So yeah, we'll have to see if maybe BoA has what it takes to close this one out, or if Jayen could kind of make a little bit of comeback here. But yeah, it looks like set number 1 going to be on Nemesis, a map we haven't seen as often in the BSL group today, but nonetheless, still a great map for PvP, I think, with the third base being so easy to defend for both. So kind of excited to see how this one's going to play out.
All right, guys. Well, I think we're ready, so we can go ahead and hop on into it. Here we go.
And spawning bottom left as the red Protoss, we have Jayen.
And in the bottom right as the blue Protoss, we have BoA. I'm sure you're a pretty huge fan of this map, all things considered,
Yeah, I like it. I like unique maps, at this point, and Nemesis, gotta say, is just, it's something different. It's not something, it is a ladder map at the moment. I feel like a lot of people veto it, but any, map where there is that third base that you can only get to, by shuttling a probe through the eggs, by clicking a mineral, that's very easily defended, I think can be good for Zerg and, well, Terran and Protoss in certain scenarios, right? Like, anytime Zerg gets away with a free gas base versus Terran, it's a big advantage. Anytime Protoss gets away with a free gas base versus Zerg, it's a big advantage. And, we haven't seen a ton of PvP on this map yet so far, so if Protoss is able to get away with a free third, it can be a huge, huge turning point in this matchup. That being said, you need to be able to secure your natural first, so kind of excited to see what these two players choose to do here.
It's going to be exciting. We're heading to a map that you use as your Steam profile picture, so I just figured, you must really like this one, you know what I mean?
Because I have the Umbrella Corporation profile picture from Resident Evil.
It's called Nemesis because of Nemesis. Yeah.
Oh,
I like Resident Evil, man.
I didn't know it was called Nemesis from Resident Evil.
That has to be why, right? There's no way someone was like, I'm gonna make a map, I'm gonna name it Nemesis, I'm gonna put the Umbrella Corporation logo in the middle. But that's all just a coincidence. It has to be that, right?
You could be right, actually. Now that you're saying it, yeah, because Resident Evil Nemesis was the third game, and that was a really good one. Oh, you got me thinking. It could be the Umbrella from Umbrella Corp.
I'm telling you, it's gotta be. If it's not, I'm gonna be real angry. Like, what I mean?
Petition to change the map name to Resident Evil or Umbrella Corp. Yeah. Well, nothing out of the ordinary here. Exactly what we saw in the first series here. Each player going with that single gateway opener into a gas, into the core. I mean, this is just their bread and butter, man. Like their He-Man DT haters club. It's playing itself out here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like it. It always gets us to nice, stable mid game where things can start getting really wild. So, very happy about that.
And honestly, the build prevents a lot of the wild stuff that could happen, right? Like a DT drop or even just like a quick DT move out. Both players been very... Oh! Psych! Jayen just left the club. He's going DT, it looks like. Citadel dropped for the first time today. We'll have to see how this one plays out here.
Well,
BoA
that
has
is
been
new and
very-
exciting.
Yeah, it is new. I mean, if BoA gets a little dangerous, right? Decides to get an edge against Jayen by cutting an observatory. Oh, we don't even have a robo yet.
Oh man, what is happening? They made they made obs like every game.
Every game. I mean, every game today they did. Wow, this could be... I mean, it's just a risk, right? Sometimes you cut that to get the earlier Nexus out or something like that. But actually, it does look like it's going to be a robo. Whether it's robo obs or robo reaver, you know, we'll have to still wait to see. But still, I don't know, man. This archives was pretty quick from Jayen. Oh man, he's still building a goon. I think he should have. Oh well, we're gonna have a DT building underway here. And with that, I wonder how Jayen's gonna choose to follow this up.
Oh, the thing that I hate about DT in this matchup is like every once in a while it turns it into a big old coin flip. Like it's not always, right? Like DT often can just be used to contain stuff like that, allow you to get a expansion out. So it can be nice like that, but every once in a while you just get blown out or you blow somebody out really bad with that DT. All right, DT's out here, going to stop the aggression here pretty soon.
Yeah, DT at least going to be in position to stop this aggression, but BoA, I mean, the cat's out of the bag here. Like, BoA's got to know this is a DT opener. He's going to need to get that obs out ASAP.
Look at the trade, though. That was actually a really spectacular... Like, I mean, that trade was really reasonable for BoA, considering that there was a DT just smacking his dudes for 50 damage every couple of seconds.
Yeah, it really was. Second DT underway. High Templar being built as well. And obviously, Jayen has that Nexus. Not even going to try to go in with the DT. He's just going to try to clear a pathway to BoA's bane, and I think that's the right call. Wow. First observer almost done here from BoA. Should be able to push off this DT easily. BoA has a pylon scouting the egg behind his main, though, so if he sees this and reacts in time, I mean, he should be able to save the DT from getting inside his main, but who knows if he's actually going to look at it. Cannon's up at the natural here. We have Templar, likely have Storm researching.
It is funny that you say that, though. Like, he has to see it, but it looks like he's got the Zealots in position. Does have an obs there as well.
DT running into the main. Yeah, there is an obs, is the DT. But here we go. BoA jumping on top of the first cannon. No Storm quite yet. Ooh,
oh, man.
This is not going to work. The cannons just weren't up in time. With that, Storm not quite done yet. So it's all down to the probes trying to hold against this gateway timing, Dragoon timing, and actually GG is called there. Man, it was so close. I mean, if BoA waited 5-10 seconds, Jayen holds there with Storm, with the natural, and I think he's in a phenomenal position. But BoA, you know, expert with his timings, he did a very good job closing that one out.
I'm just imagining BoA being like, "You have broken the pact, and you must be punished."
It's just kicked out of the cult. Oh no!
Man. I mean, it's why we haven't really seen any of the DT openers between these two. They're both just, you know, so ready for it. I feel like with that early gateway robo obs reaver opener. So, you know, it's paying off.
It's actually crazy though how close it was for those cannons to come up. They were so close to coming up. Like if the front Dragoon got stuck on a wall or something like that, the cannons would have gotten up. Like, so it was like by the skin of his teeth that Jayen got knocked out, or that got knocked out of that game there. I wouldn't be super surprised if the game was just completely different, and the DT would have done a really great job in the main and everything like that. So I don't think it was really like too big of a risk for Jayen to have done that, because it was so close to being an even mid game there. But unfortunately, timing didn't work out perfectly the way he wanted it to, and this is just how it happens sometimes. So
Yeah, exactly. It's just how it goes, how the cookie crumbles. But I mean, Jayen will have yet another shot at redemption here. Currently down 0-1, and it looks like Vermeer going to be his map selection. Nice big map for PvP. Hopefully he can get past that second, third base, for this matchup. But with that, it looks like our players are ready to go here, get into game number 2. It's Jayen versus BoA PvP on Vermeer, and let's check out the action. And spawning top left, it's the red Protoss, Jayen.
and in the bottom right, as the blue Protoss, we have BoA.
Cross map, big distance from main to main here. I think this, just due to positioning, is maybe already setting itself up for our best Jayen BoA match yet. I mean, just the way they have been playing consistently, if both players go like a one-gate robo opener here, cross map, it's going to lend itself to a bigger, like longer macro game. It's also going to lend itself to a lot of potential Reaver like shuttle harass. So I'm already liking this stock for sure.
Yeah, definitely think that these kind of positions kind of play to both of their strengths as a player, and we're going to get to see kind of like a big epic match here. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to it, man. Kind of non sequitur, but as you're starting this one, I was thinking, like, dude, what the fuck is a Vermeer? So I looked it up. Apparently, it's a Dutch painter. So good on you, map maker, you fucking nerd. Like,
a Vermeer is a Dutch painter. Like, that's for any Dutch painter or a specific one?
No, it's some guy named Johannes Vermeer.
Johannes Vermeer. Okay.
I don't know how to speak Dutch though, so maybe it's not even remotely pronounced like that. Who fucking knows? But the point is, I gotta send you the painting.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's the one painting with the lady with the fucking thing on her head. You know, the one.
What? No, I
it's
don't know.
It's the girl with the pearl earring. You've seen this painting before, all right? But I don't know why. Why would you take all of the time to make a map and name it after some nerd shit like this? Okay? Can we not?
They're clearly passionate about that Dutch artist. I mean, you're gonna put your time and your effort into something. You want to, to relate to something that you enjoy. I don't know. Well, I never would have known about a Dutch painter named Vermeer until this moment right here at DocHoliday.
Yeah, but have you actually gained anything? Have you actually gained anything?
I mean, not without actually looking at some of the artwork.
See,
but
I feel
if I choose to Google the artwork after this, you know what? It's a feather in my cap.
Oh my god. Okay, feather in your cap, sir.
BSL teaches you're welcome. I love it. Only on the BSL.
I love how Zero takes the time in real time while observing to do this shit.
Oh man, that was perfect.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Some educational content here, man. Yeah.
Should just start reading art encyclopedia articles like, so Johannes Vermeer.
Just start reading a dictionary, like for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to watch PvP, you might as well, learn something. You know what I mean? So.
Well, one gate Robo it is from both players. Looks like Jayen's Robo, slight edge, but really no significant advantage yet for either player. Goon range started for Jayen. Yeah, I mean, oh wow, skipping Goon range is BoA here. So maybe this will allow him to get faster shuttle speed or something, or an expo. Either way, given their positions, I like this from BoA, right? You're not really going to be able to hit a super strong timing, so why invest the shuttle range or the goon range, excuse me, so early when you're not really looking for a goon timing anyway?
Point. I mean, like, unless you're expecting some kind of like giant attack, you know, if there's not going to be any goon on goon violence for the foreseeable future, who cares?
Yeah. And it's, as we said, it's shuttle speed before goon range. He's just recognized, you know what, this is a lengthy upgrade that takes quite some time, that's pretty valuable to me, to being able to get some kind of damage done early on. So he's just going to go ahead and start researching that fairly quickly, and that could be the edge he needs against Jayen here.
Read the chat, and my girlfriend logged on just to flame me. She never types ever in Twitch. She just flamed me
Just
twice.
for you.
What a bitch.
Wow. Aren't you
I'm
special?
I'm breaking up with you live on BSL right now. It's over.
Cue the BSL teaches.
Yeah, seriously. BSL teaches you not to be a bitch in chat. How about that?
Oh man. Yeah. Someone's dead. BSL teaches. My name is DocHoliday. I will be joining you from the couch stream because I am kicked out of my girlfriend's bedroom.
Yeah, true. This is also now my office.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh man.
Looks
It's
like
okay.
Jayen taking his expo. What was that?
I was just gonna say, I know if I get kicked out, I've got you and Eric, and I'll just crash on your couches. You'll just like get up every morning. He's like, God, he's still here.
He's still here.
God, Bryce, can't you talk to him? Like, he needs to get his own place. You know, I can cause conflict in your relationship too.
Yeah, this is, you know, we can all feel the wealth of, you know, relationship issues. Oh man. My God, he smells kind of. Doc, take a shower today. Like, get a job. I have a job. Well, just get off my couch then. Oh man. Looks like the shuttle speed has been thwarted here from BoA. Good heads up to Jayen being prepared for that possible timing. Jayen has 2 Reavers. No expo started quite yet for either player. I feel like this is a little later than it had been for the previous games, but actually simultaneous Nexus dropping down for both players here.
It's
BoA
weird. It's
once
like they're
again
both
the
map
aggressor.
hacking.
Yeah, right? I mean, they just know, man. They're just so high level at this matchup. Looks like BoA gonna be the first to move out here. Jayen sees the move out, though, with his own observer. Has to know what's coming. Jayen's spreading quite a few Dragoons around the main, though, in preparation for a potential drop harass play. I think he's got to start relocating some of those to the natural here. And here we go. Reaver's diving in for BoA. First shot about to connect. Nope, neither one's going to connect.
It is so stressful. Wait, did that?
That hit. Ooh.
Wow, that's hilarious. This is so ridiculous. It's like dodgeball, man. It's like high school gym right here with the 2 Reavers just trying to hit each other. Dude, I had a friend get his legs broken during dodgeball. Both of them.
No, dude.
Yeah.
How do you break your legs?
He was
during
in the
dodgeball?
air. He was in the air, and someone hit his leg with a dodgeball, and so he landed weird, and he snapped his legs at the knee.
No.
I'm not joking, dude. It was crazy.
That's nuts. Well,
Yeah,
It's like-
they doped him up with morphine and everything. He was just like fine. Because like as soon as they ejected, he's like, "I'm good, dude."
Yeah, I tore my ACL, and the same thing happened to me. So I know.
Oh,
I know.
yeah. It's the
All right,
good
here we go.
stuff. What?
Big Reaver snipes. Man, two
See ya,
Reavers falling
Reavers.
almost instantly for Jayen there. Although he's got quite a few Dragoons still, but he's not quite able to really get the damage he needs onto BoA's two Reavers here. Pylon falling in the front. And here we go, the bait out from BoA, giving a little bit of space and then taking it right away.
Yeah, BoA's micro has been excellent. He's keeping the Reavers kind of like away from the Dragoon army here. They've done a really great job so far. The Dragoons have really started to peter out here, but the Reaver's still alive and healthy, so it's gonna get some more shots off. But there we go. No shuttle
Oh my
means
God.
no protection from scarabs.
How does Jayen do it? Man, Jayen has had just the best micro in the scariest situations today. Every time BoA has been at his natural, somehow Jayen's just managed to stay alive. And actually, we're even seeing a quicker natural gas now from Jayen. He's up 3 probes. He maybe doesn't have the same Reaver count is the one thing as BoA, but still, I mean, he's not missing a beat, man. Gateways are being thrown down here. Oh, he does have 2 Reavers as well. Wow, man. Wow, I'm so impressed with Jayen.
Yeah, I loved like literally the instant the conflict was over too. His shuttle was in the air on its way, going to make something happen, man. He doesn't miss a beat ever.
Yeah, he really doesn't. I mean, the reaction time, the multitasking, it's all there. Citadel down inside the main here for Jayen. Maybe for Templar Tech, maybe just to start moving towards, you know, that next tier of upgrade. And once again, BoA just going to be the aggressor. I don't know what he's keying this off of. He's got the one observer on Jayen's side of the map, but BoA's just, man, he just wants to end the game all the time, I feel like. Let's see if Jayen can have another strong hold here.
Here we go. God, this is so intimidating. BoA just rolls up with the whole gang every time. And he's just like, I don't care that I didn't win that last fight. Here we go again.
Big shots going down on the shuttle. Shuttle already red. Huge dive, actually, from BoA, but he was able to back out fairly well there. All Reavers still alive. And these are the connects that BoA wants. As soon as you start to pick off Dragoons in the mineral line, getting those probe kills. Oh, here we go. BoA going for that
Red
shuttle.
shuttle
He
is
wants that
so
shuttle
spooky.
so bad.
Yeah, you get that, and
once
it's like,
again, I think Jayen's done it again.
oh my
Let's see
god.
here. Wow.
God, he's got
Again.
the micro, he's got the macro. He's the whole package, dude.
He is the whole package, man.
Too bad he's not single, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right? You know? Like,
Do you
maybe
think his wife appreciates how good he is at StarCraft?
not enough, you know?
Clearly, there's
I mean,
no way.
Clearly not enough. There's no way. She doesn't deserve him. You know? Just kidding.
Oh my god, you're like the
Oh.
apple. Hey, what is it? I could be your girlfriend or some shit. Train, I treat you so much better.
I wouldn't judge
Oh
you
my
for
God.
playing Protoss.
BoA making plays though. That was the sickest. Like that
Yeah.
impromptu shuttle attack got 4 Dragoons, 5 gajillion drones or probes, and now what the shit? All of a sudden, excellent holds at the natural expansion. What did they count for?
Yeah, nothing, man. They count for
0.
nothing.
Just kidding. BoA's my new husbando. I think is what they call them.
Husbando. It's like the opposite of a waifu.
Yeah. BoA's
Man.
so dreamy. He's so hot right now.
Yep, so hot right now. With that, I mean, that's going to prompt, I mean, some kind of a counter from Jayen, right?
Yeah.
He's down 9 probes for the first time, I feel like, in any series.
He's got to make it happen here, though, because that was like a killing blow if he doesn't answer. What?
And nothing.
Wow.
Just a dud.
I think it's actually so cool, though, that you can like literally block the pathing of the scarab, and then it just like
Yeah, it won't do anything.
Yeah, like intentionally. Like it's not really something that you can often do intentionally, but like you can actually disrupt its pathing so that it can't hit your probes. That's so crazy.
Yeah, it's difficult to do. It takes some like wherewithal and understanding of the situation, but it's very, very good if you're able to get away with it. Jayen kind of posturing in the middle of the map, not something he's done a ton in this or any of the previous series, but I think BoA looks to be going for another timing here. It seems kind of on par with what he's done. Like I don't think he's taken the faster third in the majority of these games, but actually, no, he is taking the faster third. And I think that this is completely fine, right? He's secured himself an advantage early on. Economically, there's no chance, I feel like, that Jayen hits any kind of a strong timing yet, even with the Archon advantage. So he's kind of free to just sit back and bolster up his economy a little bit.
Oh, it was just an obs. Okay.
Yeah, yet another obs falling there for Jayen. Really, Jayen's kind of blind on the lower side of the map here. Looks like he is gearing up for an attack, though. Maybe he thinks... I mean, he does have maybe like one more Archon.
Was he thinking like BoA was cutting? So this is like maybe like the time that he's gonna have to make up for the economic disadvantage or something? Because like
I'm not sure.
I'm not seeing that here.
Here we go. James
he just
unit's
shows the
a little
pressure?
clumped though.
And a lot of zealots too.
It is a lot of zealots. Zealots
Look at how
kind of
much
trying to spread, but
oh my god,
big
all the
Reaver
splash.
connects. Yeah, this is just an overwhelming force, it looks like, for BoA. There is another Archon joining the fray here, though.
He literally walked here. They just left him.
A little bit of tankiness here, but Reaver falling finally for Jayen, and
So many
almost
more
a
goons.
50 supply advantage there for BoA.
Wow.
BoA ends up taking it, man. Second place in the group, well deserved from BoA. Man, he's proven to be time and time again an NA favorite and an NA great, and he will move along with Ziki, of course, the winner of the group, to the next phase of BSL.
Yeah, man, I really loved the Jaeyun BoA matchups. Looks like it was like BoA like really went after it, did a really great job, but all the games were really good still. It was always like some small thing that really tripped Jayen up, like that one drop that got that whole main mineral line there was like a big problem for Jayen this last game, and it's like it seems like it's always by the skin of his teeth that BoA is able to make it happen, man. It was very exciting to see them play twice today too, which was awesome. So very good matchups.
Yeah, for sure. Very great matchups, especially between those two. I mean, really great matchups. Even the Ziki BoA series was very strong. Blade, remember, game one had a good, solid lead against Ziki as well. So, quite a few close matchups across the board here. But you know what? I'm just excited we get another NA player making it on to the phase 2 of BSL, honestly. And my favorite Zerg, of course, in Ziki. So, yeah, thanks again for tuning in, folks. That's going to be it for Group D today. Before we take off, though, we'd love to thank our Patreon supporters here. At the Bombastic General level, we have Starlover. At the Bombastic Colonel level, we have Believe in Zero, My Fleeting Dream, Verrev, Hashed Fuzzy. At the Major Plus level, $30 a month here, we have Tim, Cause, Tupacalypse, Robert Groot, and Niantek. On the $20 a month, we have On My Way, Gordon Bradley, KJ, Daniel Lopez, LML, myself, and Quark. And at the Captain level, we have a ton of players. Actually, all down the line here: Captain, Lieutenant, Lieutenant Plus, Supporter. Thank you all so much for your donations. Each and every little donation goes a long way to supporting the BSL and continuing foreign StarCraft and the community. for years to come. So thank you all so much for all of you've supported. And yeah, we greatly appreciate each and every donation. I definitely think this has gone a long way to, making BSL better and better year over year here. So thank you all so much for your support. And with that, Doc, I think that's pretty much going to do it for us today. Thanks, big thanks to Zero once again for being the man behind the scenes, behind the screen here, pushing all the buttons and giving us all this StarCraft enjoyment. We get to, sit here and cast together and enjoy week over week. Big thank you, Doc. Today was a lot of fun, man. Sure hope we get to commentate together in the future, dude.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's been a lot of fun. I always love to get to cast with you and really pretty much everyone on the BSL crew. We've got a lot of really great talent that are helping out, put out this content for you guys. So I hope you guys had a lot of fun this weekend. I hope you guys tune in next time.
Yeah, thank you everyone for watching, and we will see you next week. Take it easy.
See you, everybody.